Today, we are going to build a car marketplace application, the marketplace where you can sell your old car or new car. Hey there and welcome back to Gurji channel. In this video, we are going to build a full stack car marketplace application completely from the scratch. After watching this video, you will learn how to build a dynamic website, how to set up a backend to create, read, delete and update operation to your database record, and how to store images, and also going to integrate the chat functionality into our application. If you build this application, you can build any application, because in this course I covered all the small points to build this complete application. Now, this video contains a lot of different features, and if you are new to the React, don't worry, because everything we are going to learn from the basic. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about the tech stack which we use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page. On the top we have this header, then we have this hero section with this beautiful search bar. You have option to search with the different cars, whether it's a used, pre-owned, then the car makers, which car you are looking for, and your price range. Once you search it, depends on your selection, you will get all the car list. If you scroll down little bit, you will see this beautiful category section. Now everything we gonna learn how can we add this category section, this animation effect, and for styling we are going to use a Tailwindcss. Now we have this listing slider with a modern design. Here, with the help of ShadCN UI library, we are integrated all this beautiful modern UI as well. Then if you want to see the detail of any listing, just simply click on it and boom, it will redirect you to the detail screen, where on the top section we have this beautiful modern design to display some basic information. Then the image on the right hand side, you will see all the specification with the icon and all of them. Then you will see the description, the features, and most important thing, the pricing calculator. Here simply you can add the value, you can add the interest rate, the loan term, whatever loan term you want to add, and whatever down payment you want to add, that one as well. And simply once you do calculate, you will get the pricing. Then as I told you in the beginning that this is a completely responsive site, so even though on the smaller screen it automatically change the layout of your application, depends on the screen size as well. Now coming to the part where you want to add your own car on the marketplace, where on the left hand side you will see the submit listing option. We have this beautiful pop-up screen to log into our application as well, and this authentication we added with the help of Clerk. Now just simply click account, select the account, and boom, you will see your personal dashboard. Here on the top side you can have option to manage your account. Not only that, but once you log into your account, you will see this my listing option, and all the listing which you added, you have option to edit or delete this listing as well. Now from here you can add a new listing, you can fill all the details, and I'm gonna tell you how easily you can create this form, not building all the inputs for each of the fields, but I'm going to tell you the simplest way to build this form and to capture all the data. Not only that, but here we also upload the car images, and these images we are going to store it in Firebase storage, so you don't need to worry about to buy any services to build this application. Now once you created the listing, your listing will appear over here. Also, if you want to talk with someone who you are looking for to buy something, you have option to buy chart from this inbox section, and this chart feature we integrated with the help of Sendbird. Now Sendbird is quite popular chat service provider, and I'm going to teach you how easily you can build this functionality as well without writing or designing this UI, because Sendbird is giving you the complete UI kit to build this chart feature into your application. With the help of it, we are going to create our application. For authentication, we are going to use my favorite Clerk authentication service provider. For the storing the files and images, we are going to use a Firebase storage, and in order to create a database and to store all our records and data, we are going to use a Drizzle ORM with PostgreSQL. And most important, for the chat messaging system, we are going to use the Sendbird. Now all of this tech stack, we are going to use it to build our complete full stack application. Whatever services I'm using to build this application is completely free to use. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And most important thing, go to the tubegurji.com. Here you will find all the source code for each of the project. Not only that, but you can even track each of the course chapter by chapter. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop the car marketplace application from the scratch. Now let's create the React application first. In order to create this React application, we are going to use this Vite as our build tool. So Vite is very powerful build tool and it helps us to build your React application much faster. It also provides a lot of different features, and in order to explore this, you can just go to this vitejs.dev. Now once you go to this site, just click on this get started button, and if you scroll down little bit, you will see the npm command to create the React Vite application. So copy this command, go to the folder where you want to create this project and open a terminal at that folder. Then simply paste this command and click enter. Now it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then you need to provide the project name. So here we'll say car marketplace. Then you can select the framework. Now they provide a lot of different framework, but in this case we'll select the React, and you can select the different variant like TypeScript or JavaScript. So we'll simply select the TypeScript. So for the beginner, I will definitely suggest to go with the JavaScript, and once you are familiar with the React and JavaScript, then you can go to this TypeScript. And then boom, now your project is ready. Now go to the VS Code, open the folder where you just created that particular project, and then select that one and open it. Now say yes, I trust the author, and if you see on the left hand side, our files and all the folders. Now before I walk through this all the files and folder, the first thing you need to do once you open this project inside this VS Code, go to the terminal, and at very first time make sure to install the dependency. Just type npm I or npm install and click enter. Now it will install all the dependency which is inside the package.json. So if you see, we have these two dependencies and some dev dependency as well. So it will install all the packages, and it will also create this new folder called node_modules. Obviously we are not going to touch to this folder at any time. Now let's walk through each of these folders and files. The first thing, as I told you, that these node modules, so whatever the packages we install, right, that packages are inside this node module. Then we have this public folder. So whatever the image or fonts you want to add it to your application, you can keep inside this public folder, so that without providing a complete path, you can directly access that particular files. Then we have this source folder where actual all the codes or files or pages we are going to add inside this source folder. Inside that again we have the assets folder which is related to this applications pages. Then we have app css and app.jsx file. So this app.jsx file is the first page, okay, or default page for our application. Then index.css, which contain the style sheet which is globally applicable to the to this application, okay. And then we have the main.jsx through which our application is getting rendered, okay. So this is also very important file. Then we have this git ignore. So when you want to push this code to the git, you can mention which file you don't want to push it to the git and all. Then we have this index.html, which is the HTML and body tag, and if you see inside the script tag, we are going to render this main.jsx, okay. So obviously we are not going to touch it, but you can change the title here, you can add some metadata for the SEO purpose as well. Then we have this package.json file which contain the name of the application, the version, along with the script to run or to build the application, and the dependency which you install for this application. And then we have this vite.config.js which contain the configuration related to your Vite application. Now let's run this application. So simply go to the terminal and click new terminal again, or you have option from here to add a new terminal. Then here just type npm run dev, and as soon as you type it, within a second or millisecond, if you see, within a millisecond only, your application is running on this particular port. So it's not taking build time at all. It runs your application much faster, and boom, if you see, our application is running on the port 5173, and this is the default page, which is nothing but the app.jsx. Okay, let me bring this side by side and let me show you. So over here we have this app.jsx file, okay, and this is the default code which is written. Now let's say you want to edit this line of code. You can just type something like this, say subscribe to Tube Gurji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. The button is below. And then save it, and boom, as soon as I save this one, you will see the changes on your web browser. So it contains the hot reload as well. Okay. Now if you don't want this line of code, just remove all of this and all the clean page, something like this. See, okay, perfect. Now let's install the ShadCN library, which is based on Tailwindcss and which we are going to use inside our application as well. It has a lot of predefined components and very easy to use as well. So let's go to this ui.shadcn.com and just go to this docs. Here where you will see the installation section, and then select the framework. So in this case, I will select the Vite. We already created the project, so we'll skip that step. Then you need to install the Tailwindcss. So copy this both the command. Make sure to copy the npm and npx, and simply inside the terminal, just paste it here. So it will install the Tailwindcss, and it will also initialize the Tailwindcss for us, and it will add two more files inside your application. The one is postcss.config.js and another is tailwind.config.js, which contain the configuration related the Tailwindcss. Now the next step is to add the tsconfig.json file. So right now we are not using TypeScript. So if you are using JavaScript, you need to create a new file, and we call it as a jsconfig.json. Okay, and simply you need to paste this line of code. Okay, so copy this line of code, go to your project, and inside the curly braces you just paste this and save it. Next, if I scroll down, we already pasted this, so we'll skip this, and you need to update the vite.config.js file with this line of code. So I will copy everything as it is, and then inside this Vite, just replace your code with the copied one and save it. Okay, and the next thing, which initialize your ShadCN with this command. So copy this command, go to your project, inside the terminal just execute this command, and then it will ask you some of the question. The first is, would you like to use TypeScript? Say no. Then you can select the which style you want. So I will select the New York. The color type, I will select the neutral. Now in this case, our global CSS file is nothing but our index.css file. So you can provide the path. So here we'll say source/index.css. Then would you like to use CSS variable? Say yes. Then the tailwind.config, I will keep it as it is. And where is your tailwind.config.js located? Keep as it is, just enter it. Here as well you can put the alias at components, so I will keep as it is this one as well. And the last is say no. Okay, and say yes to this one, and then it will initialize the ShadCN. Once it initialize, you will see the two new folder get added inside this source folder. The one is components. So whenever we install any ShadCN component, it will get added inside this component folder. And another is a lib, which is a ShadCN file only, but we are not going to touch anytime. Another is the component.json file get added, which contain the configuration related to the ShadCN. And the most important, inside your tailwind.config.js file, which is get updated, okay, with these content lines. Then it's also get updated with the colors and all. You have option to, you can update this color anytime. Okay, I'm gonna teach you how to do that as well. And right now we are good and we successfully set up the CN. But let's test this out. So if you scroll down, let's add this button component. Okay, so copy this command and I will just execute over here. So it will simply add the button component to our application, and now as soon as you install any CN component, that component file get added inside this component folder under the UI section called button. And if you see this line of code, if you want to update, you can update as well. Okay, now if I go back to our app.jsx file, I will just clean this out and let's add this button. So here we'll say button, and if you see this button now importing from this component /UI/button, and here inside that I will write click here to subscribe. Okay, so guys, please subscribe and save this one. And now if I open our browser, you will see this button is get added to this web page, right? And call click here to subscribe, and this button you don't need to do anything because CN is already taking care of that one, right? So cool. So similar way, in this component section you will find a different components which you can install it and use it inside your application. So throughout this application we are going to use a lot of different components from the CN which help us to build our application much faster. Okay, so guys, I hope you understand this until this part, because this is very important, because we are going to use a very different CN component as well inside our application. So make sure to set up this first project. Now in this section we are going to implement the routing. Let's consider this example. Let's say your application is running on the some particular domain, let's say domain.com, and you want to navigate to the new screen, and in this case let's say you want to navigate to this domain.com/contact, right? So in that case you need to able to add a routing. Let's say if I go to this go to our example and try to go to this page called /contact, see nothing is happening, right? And you are on the still same page. The question is, how can we navigate from one screen to other, maybe on button screen or on some other event as well? So for that one we are going to use this React router, which is the kind of official library for the React for the routing, and it's very popular library in the React. Most of the people are using this React router for adding routing functionality. Now go to this reactrouter.com and go to this get started. You can go to the tutorial, and if you scroll down little bit, here you will see the command to install this React router DOM. So copy this command, go to your project and simply execute that inside the terminal. Now once it execute, right, and if you want to refer the example, you can refer this anytime. If you see, right, you just need to create the browser router and just use it. But let's do it on our own. So first thing, I'm going to define the router over here. So if I go to this main.jsx, here we can define it. So here we'll say constant router is equal to create browser router, and inside that you need to define the path to route your screen, right? Before that, I'm going to delete these two files because we don't want this one. So we'll delete and we'll move to this trash. Obviously I will remove this app reference from here and from here as well in main.jsx, and let's create the new file. Let's say you want to create a new file called home screen, right? So I will write home.jsx. okay, and let's add a default template like this, and I will replace this with the capital home, and that's all. Now I am adding this default template with the help of VS Code extension, which is very helpful when you want to write your code, right? So just search for React Redux snippet tool, this one, the ES7 React Redux, and along with that make sure to install the Tailwindcss extension as well. So this help you to write your code much faster. Now let's go back to our application, and once we have this home button, okay, so home.jsx, make sure it is inside this source folder. So I will just move to this source folder, and now here you can define the default route. So here we'll say path Okay, the default path will be the slash, and then you can provide the element. Okay, so element, you just need to provide the which screen you want to connect. So in this case I will say home and save it. Okay, now once you define this or initialize this browser router, you just need to add it here. So here we'll say router provider from the React router DOM, and then you need to provide the router as a router. Okay, so that's what we define, and we pass it to this React provider and save it, and that's all. Now if I go back to our application, now if you see, we don't have this contact page anymore, right? But if I go to this home screen, now you'll see the home text, because that's what we have inside this home, right? Now let's create a new page. Let's say you want to create a new page inside the source folder called contact.jsx, right? And let's add a default template using RFC, click enter, and the contact is there, save it. And now if you want to go to this new path, let's say path slash contact, and then you can just connect the element or a component called contact. Okay, and save it. Now if I try to go to this slash contact, you can go to this contact, and now you don't have this error page anymore. But if I try to go to some other page, you might see this error not found. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the routing functionality inside your application. Now obviously while developing this application, we might need to add the nested route or child route as well. Okay, and that we are going to learn throughout this particular video or particular course. Okay, so but for the basic thing, this is the simple setup to add the routing functionality into your application. Now let's implement the social authentication for our application, and for that one we are going to use this Clerk authentication service provider. This is one of my favorite authentication service provider, and most important thing is free to use as well. It's provide a lot of different option to authenticate into your application. So simply go to this clerk.com and just create a new account, and then let's go to the dashboard. Once you are on dashboard, here you have option to create a new application, and just simply give the application name. So I will say car marketplace. Then you have option to enable a different sign-in option. You will see you have the email, password or phone, or you can even have Google, Facebook, Apple, GitHub, and there are a lot of others. Now for now I will just enable email and Google. Now on the right hand side you will see how it actually look. Okay, this is just a preview. So once you integrate it, the Clerk is also providing their own UI kit, so you don't need to design your own UI. Now let's create this application, and then it will redirect you to the dashboard. From here you can access all your application. If you see, I already added a lot of application with the Clerk. Right now you are in development mode, but anytime you can just create a production instance once you deploy your application to the production. After that you will see on the left hand side a different option to customize your authentication. Also not only that, but you have complete control on how it actually work and lot of other things. So just go and explore this one. Now let's integrate this first thing. Okay, so right now we are using this React. Okay, so I will select the React. The first step is to create the React application using Vite. We already done with this one. Now second thing, we need to install this Clerk React. Right now I also put the documentation of this React Clerk inside the description. Click on it and you can just go to this documentation, the specific documentation for the Clerk React Vite. Now copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just execute this, so it will install the Clerk inside your React application. Now next thing, you need to add this publisher key inside your .env.local file. So right now we don't have this file, so let's create. So go to the root directory and create a new file called .env.local and paste your publisher key. Okay, next if I scroll down little bit, inside this main.tsx file you have to add this publisher key. Okay, so copy this line of command. You can also write this if condition if you want, and go to the main.jsx file. So below this I will add this line of code. Okay, so it's simply accessing your publisher key from the .env.local file, and if it's not there, then it will throw this error. After that, you need to wrap your application inside this clerk provider. Okay, so simply copy this clerk provider line and I will paste it here. Oh, sorry. So just wrap this React router provider inside the Clerk provider, and here if you see it accessing the publisher key, and here you can provide the sign out URL. Once it is signed out, you can redirect to the home page as well, right? But you can define your own. Let's save this one, and if I go back, you have some option to add sign in and sign out screen and all condition. Okay, but right now if I just refresh this screen and nothing is happening, because let me go to the inspect panel and see what's the error. So inside the console you will see it's saying the clerk provider is not defined. Okay, so we added this clerk provider component but it's not defined. So make sure to import this clerk provider from the clerk /react, right? See this one, and then save it. Now if you see, you have the home screen is showing on the screen, but right now you are not authorized to this particular application. Anyway, we want the home screen to be accessible to the public. Okay, we don't need to add authentication to home screen, but for some of the other screen like your listing or your profile, for that one you need the authentication. So in order to authenticate to your application, the clerk is providing a very simple way. So if I go to this home page and let's add one button. So here we'll say add a button. Okay, and simply we'll say sign in. Now they also have the sign in button, their own sign in button. Okay, so you can say sign in button. Okay, see this is importing from the Clerk React, and you can even wrap your sign in this particular button inside this sign in button component. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to your application, you will see this sign in. If I click on this one, you will see it's getting redirected to the new URL, right? But if you don't want that one, you can always add your custom sign in and sign up page. But there is another and most interesting way to do that. Here you can provide the mode and simply provide it as a model and save it. Now if I click on it, and boom, you will see this beautiful model, right? How cool. Now you have option to customize your this particular sign in model component as well. Okay, for that one you need to just implement the clerk element, so that is also available, but I think this is quite good. Here you can even customize this from the dashboard. Okay, so how you want to look like and everything, you have option available. So go ahead and try it, but for now I think this is look much better. Now simply go to the Google, select the account, and then it will redirect it to this particular profile page, right? But you can always add the after sign in URL over here. Okay, so here you just need to provide this force redirect URL, and after sign in or sign up, it will redirect to the home screen, and then simply save it. Okay, and then once you sign in, it will go back to the home screen. Now obviously we just have this button, so that's the reason it's showing this sign in, but later on we can just remove it. Now going forward in this particular application, we are going to some of the page need to be restricted from the public access, and that we want to learn throughout the course with the help of this Clerk only, and Clerk provide a very simple way to implement that one as well. Okay, but until this point, make sure you are able to integrate the authentication service with the help of Clerk. If you have any question, any doubt, I will put the link of the Clerk Discord channel into the description. Also, you can comment in the comment section so I can able to help you. Now let's implement the home screen. As you see in the mockup, we have the header at the top, and then we have the header section, the category section, and so on. Okay, but let's implement the header for our home screen first, and then we'll go one by one. For the header, if you see, each of this particular screen is divided into small components, and similar way we are going to implement inside our application. So let's go back to our application. Inside the home screen, I will remove this line of code and simply here we'll say, let's say header. Okay, then we have the hero section and so on. Okay, but for the header, let's create a new component inside this component folder. Okay, not in the UI folder, and simply we'll say header.jsx. Now let's add a default template. Now in order to write a template every time, it's a big headache, right? So for that one, you can install the two most popular extension. One is React Redux extension, this ES7 plus React Redux extension, and another is the Tailwindcss. Okay, so whenever you write a Tailwindcss classes, you will get the suggestion, so you can pick it immediately. Now once you install this extension and you want to write the template, just type RFCE, which stand for React Functional Export Component. Click enter and boom, your component template is ready, right? Just save it, and inside the home you just need to import this header component like this and save it. Now you will see the header on the browser. Perfect, right? Now let's go to the header and let's start implementing it. So first thing, I'm going to show the logo of the image. As you see in this particular mockup, we have the logo on the left hand side, the button and the user profile image on the right hand side, and some menu option in the middle. So for the logo, I already added this logo.svg file. Okay, I will put all the assets link in the description so you can access it. So this logo.svg, you can access it directly. So we will say image source / logo.svg and close the tag. Here we'll provide the width, let's say 150, height we'll provide 100, and then save it. And if I go back to our application, you will see the logo on the screen. Cool, right? So this is just a logo placeholder which you can access it using this untitledui.com. Select the one which you like it, just click on it and it's good to go. I think this is quite good, right? Which will match. So I will copy this and then go to your logo.svg and paste this svg code. Okay, and your logo is live. If I refresh it, say. Next, we want to show some menu options. So here we say UL tag, and inside that I will add li and we'll say home. I will copy this multiple times. We'll say search about us, and then here we'll say contact us. Okay, you can, I think you can just add like a new pre-owned. Okay, means old one, and that's all. And the last, we need to add the button. Now here I'm going to use one hook. Okay, and you can get the user information with the help of use user. So obviously we use the clerk to for our authentication, right? And this clerk providing a use user hook which will return the user's information. Now once you have that one, here you can just simply add a condition. Okay, and here with the user we have also one option called is sign in. So here we simply say is user is sign in. Okay, then you can show the user button. So or let's add a div first, and clerk is also providing one component called user button. Okay, and along with that one I'm going to show one button and we'll say submit listing. Okay, otherwise just show this simple button. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back and you know that user is sign in, so that's the reason is showing the profile image. And if I click on this one, you will see this beautiful option menu from the clerk. Now you have option to manage your account as well. See, okay, perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So simply for this div, let's add a class name. I will make it as a flex. Okay, once I make it flex, it will be in one line. Then I will make it justify between. Then we'll make item to be in the center and we'll put some shadow small, and let's give the padding of, let's say 5. See, something like this. Now let's bring this menu option in one line. So for this UL, I will add a class name, make it flex, and then we'll give a gap of 16 maybe, let's say gap of 16. Okay, and I want to hide this whenever the screen size is smaller, so I will hide it, but on the medium screen will just show as a flex. And if I go back, you will see this beautiful option. Okay, now these two things are not aligned together. So for this div, let's add a class name, make it flex, and then item to be in the center. Let's give gap of 5. See, okay, now your header is almost ready. Now whenever I hover on this option, right, I'm able to add some effect, or we can add some effect. Right now you can add the class name over here, something like this, but every time you need to add each of them. So what you can do, you can simply press the control, okay, and then you can just press the control and click on the option. Okay, so if I click over here, click here, and on MacBook it's my option, okay, like this, and now you can edit all of them 4 together. So first thing, I will make the font to be medium, then on hover I will just scale this size to 105. Okay, for the smooth animation I will add the transition all, then I will make this cursor pointer. On hover I will make this text to be a primary color. Okay, and I think that's pretty much. Now let's save this one and go back to your application, and if you see, on hover is adding some pop-up effect, right, and that's what we want. I think that's good, and that's how our header is ready. Now if I decrease the screen size, right, you will see if I touch the smaller screen size, this menu get hidden. Okay, so that you don't have that ugly or mixing of the text. So at that particular position, we are just removing the options. Okay, now next let's implement the hero section. Now we are going to implement the hero section. As you see on the mockup, we have this text, okay, to display in the hero section. Also we have this search option, so that user can search with these 3 different options, like car, or who made the car, the manufacturer, or the price range. And when user click on this search option, with the help of this all the filters, we are going to show the result. And then we'll simply have this beautiful PNG image of this particular car. I think it's a Tesla car. So let's go back to our application, and I will close this all the tab, and under the home we are going to add this hero section. So first we'll create a new components, and we'll call it as a hero.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now let's import this hero under this home screen after the header and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the hero section. Now let's go to this hero section, and first thing, I will add a div. Inside this div we'll add the h2 tag, and we'll simply say, let's copy this same text, call find a car for sale and rent near you. Okay, and I will add another another text for the find dream car. Okay, let's give some style to this one. So first thing, for this h2 tag I will add a class name. We'll say text to be large, and that's all. Okay, then for this h2 tag we'll add a class name. We'll make the text is of 60 pixel. So if you see, I'm giving this custom size. Okay, so whenever you want to give custom size to the Tailwind CSS classes, you need to define inside this square brackets, and then you can add the font to be bold. Okay, if I go back, so this is how it will look like. Oh, this need to be a font bold. Then for this div we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex, and we'll make flex column. We'll make sure the item to be in the center. We'll add a padding of 10, and we'll also add padding vertically to 20. Okay, we'll add a gap of 6, and I'm going to define some specific height for this one, like 600 pixel, and then we'll make width to be full. Okay, and we want to give some light blue color background, so we'll add the color code for that one. So we'll add hash EEF0FC. Okay, let me bring this down. So we have all of this styling applied, and if I refresh it, so this is how it will look like. I think this need to be a hash and save it. Perfect, right? Next, we want to show the search bar. So for that one, I'm going to create a different component so that we can use that search component multiple times. Okay, so here we'll say search.jsx, add a default template and save it. And this search I'm going to add over here. Okay, so this search component contain our this particular search UI. Okay, so let's go to this search component first, and inside this search component we are going to add a couple of things. So we need some kind of drop down. Okay, so for that one I'm going to use our shared CN UI. Okay, so let's go to this shared CN UI, go to the component and simply search for the select. So if you see, we have this select component and this is how we want, right? If I click on it, we will see the option. Okay, now in order to use this component, first you need to install this one. So copy this npm command, go to your project and simply paste it here. Then you need to import these statements inside this search component, and then you need to add this use case of the particular component. So simply inside the div I will add it here like this. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this search bar, right? Oh, sorry, the drop down. But let's give some style. So obviously we want 3. Okay, so simply what I will do for now, I will just copy this 3 times. Okay, and save it. Now you will see these 3 drop downs. Now for this div we have to add some styling. So here we'll say class name, where we'll give a padding of 2. We'll make a background to be white. We'll make rounded to be MD, and when the screen size is medium, we'll add the rounded as a full. Okay, so on the smaller screen it will be a medium. After this we'll add a flex column, and when this screen size is MD, we'll just simply make it flex and flex row. Okay, then we'll give a gap of 10, padding x axis to 5, and we'll make item to be in the center. We'll also give width to be full, and when the screen size is medium, we'll add width to be maximum. Okay, now if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Now here I will add a medium, when the screen size is medium, we'll add a padding of 4. Okay, I think let's add 5 for now, and let's see how it looks. I think that's much better. Next, for this select, right, we are going to add a class name. So here let's add, or let's select all of the select track together so we can update it all together. Okay, and then simply here we'll write class name. Here we'll say outline none, because we don't want that border. On the medium screen we are going to remove the border as a none. Okay, then we'll make width to be full. I don't know why this has this error, but let's figure it out later on. And then we'll add a shadow none as well. Okay, and we'll make text to be large, and then save it. And now if I go back to our application, you will see this search option with this beautiful drop down. Cool, right? So here if you see this class name already is present, so I will just move to this class name. Okay, and I will remove this class name from here. Same, and I will paste this width 180 pixel over here. Okay, and save it. I think we don't need, because we mentioned the width as a full. Okay, so just remove this width. We don't want this width 180 pixel, and save this one. And if I go back, you will see the search box will look like this. Now here we can increase the size of this particular div. So simply I'm going to provide the width to be, let's say, 60%. Okay, and I will remove this width max, so it's providing some restriction, and if you see, now it's perfectly looks fine. Okay, after that I'm going to add some vertical line in between these three selector, right? So for that one, from the shared CN we have this separator component, and it also provide the vertical as well as the horizontal line. Okay, it's called a separator. So copy this component, make sure to go to this terminal and execute this, so that it will install the separator component. And simply, in order to use this, right, in between these two select, you can just use this separator from this UI separator, and to this one you need to add the orientation. I don't know whether it's there or not, but if you see, if I go to this code, you will see the orientation as a vertical. Okay, so simply mention it here, and I will copy this separator again and will paste it here. Okay, now if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful separator. Okay, and at the last we need to add the search icon. Now in order to add the icon, we are going to use this React icons library, which is a very popular library and which contains a lot of different icons. You can use any icon like any icon, hero icon, and all of them in one package. So simply go to this react icon.github.io, and here you need to install this, execute this command to install this react icon. So simply execute it, and then once it install it, right, you can just search the icon which you want. So let's say you want the search icon, right, just search it and you will find the bunch of different option over here, right? Now you can select the one which you like it. So I will select this simple one. Okay, so I will just copy this, and this is the import statement. You need to add it before using this the icon, and in order to use it, you need to simple use this component. So I will just paste it here and save it. Now if I go back to our application, I don't know why it's not showing. So it's showing, but it's hidden because of some reason, I'm not sure. But here I will make the Excel also. Before adding some style to this search, I'm for this separator, right, make sure to add some class name, and here we have to hide it when the screen size is smaller, but when the screen size is medium, we'll just add as a block. Okay, make sure to add this for the second separator as well. Let's add a div over here. Okay, and inside this div, let's say whether it's now able to see, see, now it's able to see this icon. Perfect. Now let's apply some styling to this particular icon. So I will add, we have this class name here, we'll add a background to be primary, make sure it's getting applied. Okay, so right now our background is kind of a neutral color. I think my Tailwind CSS primary color is get undone. Let me check. Okay, let's update this primary color, the one which we updated last time, so which is #405EF2, and then save it. Now if you see, we have this primary color. Okay, now if I go back to this button, let's add some style. So here we'll add a rounded to be full, and we'll add a padding of let's say 3, and let's see how it looks. So 3 is quite small. Here I will give for Excel the text size, let's add a little bigger, let's say 50 pixel, and that is looking quite beautiful. Now I will make this text to be white. Now this component simply act like a text only, so you can apply all the styling which you applied for the text. Okay, and now if you see, we have this text the search button ready. Okay, now here you can add a hover effect, and you can just scale this when the screen size is also, when you hover on this one, you can make the transition all, and make sure to add a cursor pointer, and if I hover on this one, you will see this beautiful effect, right? So that's how our search bar is ready. Obviously this option we are going to update now, so it's not a theme, so we can write cars. So here we'll say new or old. Okay, I will remove this option. Then over here we need to add a car mix, and we need a different option like Audi, the BMW and lot others. Okay, and for a pricing as well we need to add it. So instead of just writing this multiple times, right, we can create a new folder called we can call it as a data, or we can call it as a shared resources. So we'll say shared, and inside shared we'll say a data dot jsx file, and inside this one I will write constant, then car makes list, okay, like this, and inside that we can write the car makers, let's say Audi, right. Then second we write BMW, okay, here we'll change the ID to 2, here we'll write Ford for example, and so on. Okay, so obviously the similar kind of list we can add for the pricing. So here again I will add ID1, the name, you can write name or whatever the amount. Okay, here we'll say amount, and simply, and here let's say $1,000. Then I will just copy this one, I'll make it this 2,000, 5,000 and 10,000. Okay, so something like this. Obviously you can add, depends on your choice, but for the example I will keep this one and some car makes. Obviously I'm going to update this list. Okay, so you can also get it from the source code. Now in order to display that list, right, here I will just access it, but before accessing you need to make sure you will export this list. So here we'll say export default, and we'll export these two list. So one is car makes, so here we'll say car makes, and other we have the pricing. Okay, and save it. Now in order to access it you need to access it using this data dot car makes dot map, and here we'll say maker comma index. You can add any variable in place of this maker, and then we will use this select item in order to render it multiple times, right. And I will remove this 2. Oh, so this need to be dot. Okay, yeah, and now instead of this here we'll say maker dot name, and value will be the maker dot name again. So maker dot name. Perfect, right. And now we have this select item. Let's save it and let's test this out. And now if I go to this car maker, you will see these 3 options which we added, right. Same thing you need to do it for the themes as well, not theme the what we call, this is a pricing, and let me access it using data dot pricing dot map. Here we'll say price comma index, and we'll use this select item in order to render it. Here we'll say price dot amount, and here as well I will add price dot amount. Perfect, and let me remove this 2 component from here and save it. And now if you see we have this pricing. Okay, perfect, and this we have car maker, and we have this new old car, and on the click of this search we need to get all the listing which matches this particular filter. Okay, perfect. Next we need to show this car. Okay, if you see this mockup, so I already added this particular tesla.png file inside my what we call assets folder, and simply we can use it inside our application. So let's go back to the hero section, and below to this one we can add it. So we'll say image source, and we'll just add tesla.png and save this one. Let's see how it looks on the screen for now, and I think that's perfectly fine. See, you can give some margin from the top if you want. Let's add a class name margin top to 10, and that's good. Okay, just quick update for this one, I will just make height to 650. That's good. Okay, and that's how our hero section is ready. Okay. Now, if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Obviously, the functionality of this search bar, we are going to add it later on in this course. But next, we are going to display the category list. Now, let's implement the category section. If you see in this mockup, we have this different category along with their icons. So there are two ways that you can implement it. Either you can define this category list inside your application already, otherwise you can define it inside your database and you can fetch it. But right now let's fetch it from the local. So inside this shared folder, we already have this data.jsx. Under this one we have this category list. So it has the ID, the name of the category, whether it's a SUV or sedan or electric car, and then we have this icon associated with this each of this category. Okay, so simply I exported this so that we can use it anywhere. Now under this home.jsx we are going to add this category section. So for that one, let's create a new component under the component folder and we can call it as a category.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Make sure to add this category component under this home component or home screen, and make sure this category is getting rendered on the screen if you see over here. Next, go to this category, and for this leave let's add a class name. We'll add a margin of, let's say, 40, and here we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply say browse by type. We'll add a styling, so add a class name. We'll add a font bold, text Excel, then we'll add a text to be in the center and margin bottom to 6. Okay, so here we can make it 3XL and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the browse by type need to be a type. Okay, and save it. Now we need to render the list of categories. So I will add a div inside this. You can access the category list through this data dot category dot map, and here we'll say category comma index, and we iterate each of this category. Okay, so here we'll simply add a div. Inside this div, the first will show the category icon. So here we can show the category icon using category dot icon. We will add a width and height for it. So we'll add a width of 40 and height of 40. If I go back, you will see this all the category icon. After this, I'm going to show the h2 tag for the category name. Perfect. Now let's bring this in one line. So for this div, we can add a class name. Here we'll make grid. So when the screen size is smaller, we'll add a grid column 3. Okay. When the screen size is on extra smaller, we can add column 3. On smaller screen, we can add a grid column 4. Then on the medium screen, we'll make grid column 6. And on the large screen we'll make grid column 9. Okay, and also we'll give gap of 6 and padding x to 20. So if I go back to our application, you will see this all the category. Perfect. Here I will make it 35, little smaller, and save. Now for this div, let's add a class name. Here we'll add a border, then this border will be rounded medium. We'll add a padding of 3. We'll make sure the item to be in the center. We'll make it flex and flex column. Now if I go back, you will see this category with this border as well. Okay, which is similar like this. If you want, you can make this border little larger. So here we'll say Excel, and now that's look good. You can also give gap. So for this h2 tag, we'll add margin top to 2, and perfect. Okay, so that's how our category is ready. Now you can also add a hover effect to this one. So if I add a hover, and on a hover you can just add some shadow effect. So whenever I hover on this one, you will see this shadow effect. Okay, also will make the cursor pointer, so whenever we hover on this any of the category, the pointer will change. See, perfect. So that's how our category is now ready. Now even though if I go to this smaller screen, right, if I go to the smaller screen size, you will see it's changed immediately. Okay, so if I change this size, so it's on smaller screen we are showing 3, but as soon as I increase this, it also change the size of this category grid as well. Now on the home screen we are going to show the most searched car list, where depends on the number of view for a particular list. On that list we are going to display it on the screen. But right now we don't have the database set up yet. Obviously we are going to set up it later on in this particular course, but for now we are going to generate some fake data for this car listing. So for that one we are going to use this faker.js.dev. So this library will generate the fake data for your in the form of JSON only. So in order to use this, first thing you need to install this faker.js library into your application. So inside the terminal, just execute it. Next, if I go to the use case, you will find this use case and how to use it. But let's go back to our application, and inside this data folder or inside this shared folder, we are going to create a new file called fake data.jsx. Inside this fake data.jsx, we'll create a function and we can call it as a create random car list. We'll say random car list. Okay, and inside this it will simply return some value. Okay, let's say you want to return the name of the vehicle. Okay, so you just need to write faker. So first thing you need to import this faker. So here we'll say faker from, and then you need to give this faker dash js slash faker. Okay, and then you can access it using faker dot vehicle, and then you will see the different type, right? So in this case, let's say vehicle. Okay, then you can even add the fuel type. So we'll say faker dot fuel vehicle dot fuel type, which is just I have fuel, so that's good. This need to be a type. Then we want a model, so we'll just simply add faker dot vehicle dot model. Then the type, which type of vehicle is that, right? Faker dot vehicle dot here we'll say type, whether it's a electric or hybrid, right? And here you can also get the suggestion as well. Then you can add the image over here. The miles, I will add some random number, so let's say this one. Okay, then gear type. Okay, so faker js don't have this gear type, but for now I will add automatic. And the price, so for the price we can generate some random data. So if you go to this faker, we have this finance. Inside that you can add the amount and you can provide the minimum value. Okay, let's say the minimum value is $4,000 and maximum value is, let's say, $20,000. Okay, and it will generate some random value between this min and max value, and that's all. Okay, and now you just need to call this particular method. So here we'll say constant car list is equal to faker dot helpers dot multiple to generate the car and what you want to generate. So here we will pass create random car list, and then you can mention the count, how many on list you want. Let's say 7. Okay, you can add whatever you want and simply export this. So here we'll say export default, and here we'll say car list, and that's all. Now inside the car list you will get some fake data. Now for the image, the simplest way, I will just go to this Google, let's say BMW car, go to the images section and select the one. Let's say you want to select this one, right? We go back and I will just copy this image address and I will paste it here. Obviously we are going to replace that one. Let me take different one. So we'll select this one, copy image address and paste it. Perfect. And save it. Now to display the list of the all the latest most search listing, right? For that one we are going to create a component and we can call it as a search car. Okay, so here we'll say most search car dot jsx, add the default template. Okay, and then save it. Now this particular section we need to add over here, so here I will say most search car and we'll just import this most search car component. Okay, now inside this most search car component, let's call that particular method. So if you are just console and here we'll say fake data dot car list. Okay, we'll just check whether we are able to get the car list inside the console. So let's save this one, go back to your application and inside the inspect panel, go to the console and here you will see the array of 7. So it will if you see, it generate the fuel type, gear type, which we already added, but it has a model, the name, price and all of these things, right? So I don't know what is typo. I think something is mistaken in the data. So here we'll say type. Okay, and save it. So that's how you can generate data. You can generate as much as data you want. Okay, perfect. Now if you see that component also showing on the screen, so let's go to this most search car and first thing I'm going to add h2 tag. Here we'll say most search cars. Okay, now for this one I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll say font bold, text is of 3XL and we'll make the text to be in the center and we'll give margin y-axis to 8, something like this. Okay, let's give some margin y-axis to, let's say 60, little more. Perfect. Okay, after that we want to show the list, correct? So simply I'm going to use the fake data dot car list. So here we'll say fake data dot car list dot map. Here we'll say item, or we'll say car comma index, like this. I think this need to be in the curly braces. And then inside this one, instead of just creating the or writing this component here, I'm going to create a different component so that we can use this particular card, right, at some places as well if we needed. So let's create a new component and in this one we are going to create a new card. Here we'll say car list item or car item. We'll say car item dot jsx, add the default template and save it. Now to this car item we'll pass the car information. Okay, car, I think that car is fine. And then here we'll simply use that car item component to this car item. As I say, you need to pass car information as a car and key as a index and save it. Let's save this one as well. Now if I go back to your application, you will see the 7 time this car item is getting displayed. Now inside this car item, right, we are going to first thing, let's write, or let's display the image first. So here we'll say image source car dot image. Okay, and close the tag. For this image I will give width for now let's say 300 and we'll give height of 250. Okay, let's save it and just check how it looks. See, okay, maybe the image is not displaying on the screen. So right now if I go back you will see this image like this because it might be okay. So here we need to remove this curly braces. We are not destructuring is, and now if you see, we are able to see these images. Perfect, right? After this one, we are going to add an, okay, let's go to this car item, and here we are going to add a div. Okay, so inside this div, obviously we are going to add the content. So simply say h2 tag, and inside this we'll say car dot name. Okay, now inside this style, sorry, inside this h2 we'll add a class name, we'll add a font to be bold, text to be black, text need to be a large, and margin bottom to 2. Also for this div we'll add a class name padding of 4, and then save it. Okay, something like this. But right now obviously we want this in vertical line, right? And that need to be a scrollable. So obviously you can do that, you can add a grid, there are various way, but the simplest way, if I go to the chat scene and just search for the carousel. Okay, so in this, if you see, this is some of the example, right? So you have option to add the slider like this, say how cool it is, right? And it's up to you how many you want. It's very easy to implement as well. So first thing, you need to install this carousel. So I will just copy this, and inside this only terminal I will paste it here, so it will get installed. And then in order to use it, first thing you need to import this all the statement, and then actually we want like this, see 1 2 3. So I will use this line of code, okay, which is quite good, but let's use this use case, then I will tell you how to change it. So inside this, not obviously we are not going to use it over here, let's use it inside this most search car. Okay, so simply for now I will paste it like this, and this particular import statement I will cut it from here and will paste it inside this most search car. Okay, and then you need to wrap your list inside this carousel content. Okay, so simply I will cut it from here, I will paste, and then let me remove these two. Here we need to wrap our car item inside this carousel item like this. Okay, and the content will be the list of the car, something like this. Okay, along with this one, if you see this carousel item, we are going to give a class name, and here we'll simply add basis. Okay, and you have option how many slides you want to display on the screen. So here we'll say 1 by 4. On one line we want to show a 4 items, so that's the reason I added basis 1/4. Okay, and this previous and next is the actual button. Okay, so let's save this one, both the component, and go back to your application, and boom. And now if you see, with this mouse as well, you can able to scroll it how smoothly, right? But if you see you don't see this button, that's because this button is went out of the screen. So simply inside this mouse search car, for this particular div, let's add a class name. Here we'll say margin x to, let's say 24, and now we have this button, see. And now with this button as well, you can even scroll it. Cool, right? Perfect. Now let's go back to the car item and let's design, or let's apply some styling to this particular car item as well. For this image, okay, so where we have this image, here I'm going to add a class name, and we'll add rounded. We just want the rounded corner to the top, so here we'll say rounded top and XL size, something like this, see. Okay, after that one, we already added this h2 tag. After this we'll add a separator, so here we say separator. That component we already added through the chat scene. Okay, and if I go back to this mockup, sorry, after the car name we have this separator. Now we have this 3 icon, and so for that one I'm going to add a div. Inside divs we'll add another div, And first thing, we'll add a fuel icon. Let's add a fuel icon. So if you see, we have various fuel icon. Okay, so we'll use this simple one. And oh sorry, this is an import statement, so let's paste it here and use this particular component. Okay, and after that I will add a h2 tag. We here will say a car dot miles, I think miles, and then here we'll say miles. If I go back, you will see that icon along with the mile. Okay, obviously we are going to add some style, but before that let's add all the icon first. So here next icon I want to be a speed icon. I don't know what it's called. Okay, something like this only. So you can select the one which is better. So let's select this one, or okay, let's select this one. I think this is much better. I don't know which one is good. So let's copy this import statement, paste it here, and then simply use this icon. And the last is we want the gear icon. I don't know what it's called. So we have a lot of gear icon. I think this is much better, right? I think this is good one. I will copy this and this particular component as well, and simply paste it here. Okay, now for the what we'll call the fuel type, right? So here we'll simply say car fuel type, and then here we'll say gear type. Let's save it, go back to your application, and boom, if you see, we have these three icons. Now obviously we want to bring this in one line, so simply for this div we'll add a class class name. Here we'll say grid and make grid column 3. Okay, also let's give some margin top to, let's say 5, and then save it. Now if I go back, so this is how it looks. Let's make it in the center. So for each of these div, so I will just use this command on the Mac OS, sorry, option. So this one and this one. So here we'll add a class name, make it flex, then flex column, and then we'll make item to be in the center. Okay, then for this icon as well, we'll add a class name. Here we'll say text to be large. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. See, that's look good to me. Then also we'll give margin bottom to 2 and save it. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. Okay, next after that we are going to add one more separator. So after this div, okay, we'll add a separator like this, and under this one we'll add a div. Inside this we'll add h2 tag, and here we're going to add the car price. So here we'll say car dot price. Into this one we are going to add a class name. We'll add a font bold and text to be Excel. Okay, and later on after this again we'll add a h2 tag, and here we'll say view details. If I go back, this is how it will look. Now we want this view detail on the right hand side. So for this div we'll add a class name. Here we'll say flex item to be in the center, justify between, and for this separator let's add a class name. Here we'll add a margin y to, oh sorry, margin y to 2, something like this. Okay, and then save this one. Let's go back. I think that's look good. Now for this h2 we'll add a class name. Here we'll say a text to be a primary, then we'll add text to be smaller, and we want to add an icon as well. So inside this h2 let's try to add an icon. Here we'll say, let's say some open icon, and here I will add this particular icon. Okay, so let's import this first and save it. If I go back, so you'll see this icon like this. Let's bring that icon and text in one line. So here we'll make flex gap of 2 and item to be in the center. See, okay, I think I will put this icon after this text. Perfect. Now on the click of this one, we are going to open this information about this one, but that will do it later on. Now next we going to add a border to the whole card. So for this one we are going to add a class name. Here we'll say rounded excel. Okay, then we'll add a background to be white, then we'll add some border, and on hover we are going to add a shadow medium, and we'll make this cursor pointer. Perfect, right? So if I hover on this one, you will see this small shadow, right? You can add this width to be full. Right now if you see we have some gap, right? So simply we'll make this 100% width as 100%. See, now it's completely filled. Okay, let's make it, okay, that's already excel. I think that's good. Now one last important thing, we need to show that this car is a new or old. Okay, so that kind of text we are going to show on this image, okay, on the top of this image. Okay, so inside this fake data, let's add one more property, and we can add some fill as well over here, and we can say for, I don't know what it called. Okay, let leave it like this, and just simply inside the card item, I will just for now I will add a h2 tag. Here we'll say, let's say new. Okay, and I will add a class name. Here we'll say a position as an absolute. We'll add a margin of 2, and we'll add a background is of green color, and save it, something like this, say. Okay, now along with that we'll add a padding x to 2, and we'll make rounded corner to full. Okay, also we'll make the text to be smaller and padding bottom to 1, something like this. Okay, let's add this padding bottom to 1. I think that's pretty good. See, okay, and small thing, we'll change this text to white. Perfect. Okay, now obviously this is just a placeholder, depends on the type, whether it's a old, new or something else. We are going to update this value as well, but for now I hope you understand this particular section. If you have any question about this one, please let me know in the comment section. If you think this space is much bigger, you can just make sure to remove that. So over here you can add padding top to 16 and padding bottom to, let's say, 7. Perfect. Now after this one we are going to add some quick section. Okay, so after this one we are going to add some section component, okay, over here, and I don't know what we call this one, but after that we are going to add the footer as well. Okay, so obviously this is not that much important, and there's just a static section that we are going to add. So for that one I'm going to use this hyper UI dot dev. Okay, which is the Tailwind CSS based components, predefined components. You can use whatever you want. There are a lot of different components. Let's say you want add the product cards, you will see these samples. Okay, now if I go to these sections, you will find a different section. See, okay, and you can select the one which you like it. Let's say you want to add this one, so just go to this HTML, make sure to use the JSX. You can even view the source code as well, or you can copy this JSX section. Now in order to add it inside this component folder, I will add the new component called info section dot JSX, add the default template, and simply paste your line of code. Okay, and save it. Now this particular component you need to add over here, and here we'll just read, we'll add info section, and here we'll say info section like this. If I go back to our application, you will see we have this info section. Now you can replace this image with some car image. Okay, so here we'll say Mercedes. Okay, and go to this image. You can select the any images which you want. Okay, copy this image address and simply replace it with this existing image like this and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this image. Perfect, right? And the last, you need to add a footer for your landing page. So for the footer as well, we have this footer section, and there are a lot of different footer options you will find over here. Okay, you can select the one which you like it. I will select this simple and clean one. So simply select the JSX, copy this JSX, and then let's create a new component under the component folder, and here we call it as a footer.jsx. Add the default template, and I will just add this footer section. Okay, and save it. Now inside the home, here we'll say footer, and I will add the footer section. And if I go back to our application, you will see the footer section out as well. How cool, right? So we have this information section, then we have most search car, this category type, and the beautiful hero section along with the header. Cool, right? And that's how our home screen is now ready. So guys, if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section, because next thing we are going to set up a backend for our application so that we can able to submit the listing, and then we can actually show this actual listing from the database. Along with that, we can show the details of this particular each of these listing, so that user can see all the list information in detail. In this section, we are going to implement the add new listing section, where when user click on this submit listing, it will redirect it to the /profile screen, where user can see his previous listing if he already added some of them. If there is a no listing as there, user also have an option to add a new listing. Okay, so we are going to add this particular page, and after that one, once user click on this add new listing, we are going to redirect it to the new route called add listing. Okay, now once user come on this particular screen, we are going to display a very big size form. Okay, now it contains a different and lot of fields. Okay, then it has a checkbox for the features and option to upload the image, and once user click submit, we are going to store all of this form data into our database. So obviously we are also going to set up the backend for our application. Now the question is, it will take a lot of time to design this particular form. Now I'm going to tell you one of the best way to implement this big size form. Okay, so let's get started. So first thing, let's create a new route. As I told you before, that once user click on the submit listing, it should redirect it to the profile screen. So first thing, inside this source folder, I'm going to, okay, let's go to the source folder. I'm going to create a new folder called profile, and inside this profile we'll add index.jsx file, add the default template, and we will call it as a profile and save it. Now once we add this particular route, and if I try to go to this route, let's say /profile, let's say profile, you will see we got the 404 error, right? Because we did not added this route inside our router. Okay, so simply here we'll say path, then we'll say profile /profile, and on /profile we want to connect this profile component like this and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this profile component is showing on the screen. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to this index.jsx, and under this profile, first thing we'll add the header. Now if you see, we already develop this header, right? And now we are just reusing this component. So in this case, you don't need to create the header again, right? We already have, we just imported, and if I go back, boom, you will see this header as it is, right? Next, we'll add a div. Inside this div, we'll add the another div and we'll add the h2 tag. We'll say my listing. After this, I will also add one button and we'll call it as a add new listing. And for this my listing, I will add class name as a font bold text of for Excel. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this my listing and button, right? So for this particular div, I will add a class name. We'll give padding x to 10, and when the screen size is medium, we'll give a padding x to 20. I will also add vertical padding to margin to 10. Now for this div, let's add a class name. We'll make it flex and simply add justify between, and then to make a vertical align, we'll add item to be in the center. And boom, if you see, we have this add listing section. Now obviously we don't have any listing yet, right? And so that we cannot display anything over here, but once we have the data, we will add our listing as well. Now on the click of this add new listing, we should redirect it to the new screen. Okay, so let's implement that. So first thing, we'll create a new route. So we need to add a new folder under this source, and we'll call it as a add listing. And inside this add listing, we'll add the index.jsx, add the default template, and we'll rename this to add listing. Save this one. Now obviously this route we need to add it under the main.jsx. So just add a path. We'll say add listing, and the element which we want to attach is add listing, and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, before that, for this profile, right, on the route we want to go to this add listing. So I will just wrap this button to this link. Okay, so link component we are importing from this React router DOM. Okay, and we need to provide a 2. It's kind of anchor tag in HTML, and here we'll simply pass the route, okay, where we want to go on the click of this button, and save it. Now if I click on this add new listing, boom, if you see, it jump to this add listing page. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back, and we have to make sure on the submit listing when we are on the home screen, right? Let's say you are on the home screen, and on the click of submit listing, we should navigate to the profile page. Okay, it means on a slash page. So go to this header, and under this header, if you see, we have this button tag, right? So let's simply add a link, then we'll add a 2, we'll say slash profile, and then close the tag, and just simply wrap this button in between this button. Okay, and save it. Now if I refresh this one, click submit listing, and boom, you jump to this profile. Now from here you have option to add new listing. Perfect, right? Now let's implement this add new listing. So first thing, we'll add a header to this add new listing page. Okay, so if I go to this add new listing, over here we'll add a header, and now for our add new listing we have this beautiful header. Then after this, I will add a div tag. Under this div tag, I will add h2 tag, and we'll simply say add new listing. Now for this div, we'll add a class name, give padding x to 10. On MD, we'll add padding x to 20 and margin y to 10. Also for this h2, we'll add a class name, we'll say font bold, and text is of for Excel. Perfect, right? Now we need to add a form, right? So simply I will add this form tag, and inside that we need to display our form, right? So obviously there are 3 kind of forms. Means in one form we are going to add 3 sections. The one will be the car details. Okay, then we have the features list. This will be a checkbox only, and then car images. Okay, so here in this section we are going to upload the image as well. Now for the car details, right, let's add a div, and we'll add h2 tag, and we'll simply say car details. Now for this one, we'll add a class name. We'll make this font medium, text to be Excel, and margin bottom to 6. Also for this div, I will add a class name, or not here, but let's add class name to this form, and we'll simply say padding to 10 and save it. Okay, perfect. You can add a border to this form, so let's add a border and we'll say rounded excel. See, for this form we'll add margin top to 10 as well, some distance. Perfect. Now the question is how to add a form. As I say in the beginning of this particular section that we have a bigger form and obviously we cannot add the 10 or 20 inputs one by one, right? So for that one I simply created one JSON file. So inside the shared folder I added this car detail.json and features.json, these two JSON file. Now let me show you what is inside this car details.json. Now this is contain the array of list, okay, and sorry, array of object, and inside this one you will see a multiple objects, right? Now each of them contains a label, which nothing but the input label, the name field. So this name field will help us to give it to the form name for each of this field. Then field type, it will display whether it's a text field or it's a number field or it's a drop down, say, okay. Then whether it's a required field or not, whether do we need a full column or just one column, okay. So this is we are not using right now, or we will not use it. And then most important, the icon as well. Now this icon we are imported from the React icon only, okay. And we have this text field type, then we have this drop down field type, if you see, right. Then we have the number field type as well, I think, yeah, see, number field type, and the last we have the text area field type, okay. So we have the 3 to 4 field type and that we are going to use it, okay. Now question is how to display this one. So let's go back, and first thing, as I told you, right, we need to create a 4 different type of fields. One is the input field, okay. So in order to add an input field, let's go back to the shared CN component, and inside here just search for the input field, okay. So over here we have this input field. Make sure to import this first. So I will copy this npm command, go to your terminal and simply paste it here. So it will install this input field. Once it install, inside this add listing, right, we'll create a new folder called components, and all the components related to this add listing will keep inside this folder. Now inside here we'll create a input field.jsx as a new file. So this is our new component, and just add a default template. Now inside here we'll add input, okay, this input field. Now to this input field we'll attach the name. So we'll accept the item information, okay, and here we'll add item dot name, okay, and let's save it. Now before going forward, right, let me show you how this work. Now inside this add listing we'll add a div, and simply I'm going to iterate these car details, okay. Now if you see, we have the file name car details, and inside that we again have this car detail list, okay. So here we'll say car details. So let's import this first. So here we'll say import car details from, and give the complete path, the shared, and I don't know why it's not coming. Maybe we need to define manually. Sorry, let's say car details.json, okay. And then you can just simply here use it car details. Oh, so this need to be a details dot car details dot map, and simply we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here we are going to define a div. Let's close this div, and we'll give key as a index, okay, and save it. Now inside this div we'll write a condition if item dot field type is equal to text, okay. So if I go to this input field, okay, or not input field, but if I go to this car details, if you see, we have this field type. Whenever the field type is text, or if your field type is a number, okay, see, then we are going to show, say we'll add a condition then we are going to show this input field component. Okay, otherwise we'll show null for now. Okay, and also as I say, we'll write this condition for the number as well. So if field type is text or number, we are going to show this input field. Now let's save this one and go back, and boom, if you see, we got some of the input field as well. Right, now let's give proper label to this one. So here I will say label, and to this label I'm going to add item dot label. Okay, and here will be the name. I think that's good. Now for this input field, I'm going to pass the item as an item. Okay, and inside the input field we got this item and we pass the name to this input field. Perfect. Let's save this one, and if I go back, you will see for the listing title it is of type text, and that's the reason it has the input field. Now along with this one, for this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll make it grid column 2. Okay, and save it. And when the screen size is smaller, we'll make grid column 1, but when it's medium or larger, we'll make grid column 2. And now if you see, we have the 2 column. Now let's give some gap. So here we'll simply add a gap of 5. Okay, perfect. Now obviously this particular field don't have the input field type as a text, right? And that's the reason it is not showing. Now obviously if you see, we have this field type text and the number, right? So inside the input field we also need to provide the type, whether it's a number or text. So here we say type item dot field type and save it. Now some of them you will see it's number and some of them is our text. Okay, so if you see, this mileage is of number, the year is of number, the model is of text. Perfect, right? So that's how you can able to add the input field. Now simply I'm going to add some class to this label. Here we'll say text and small. Okay, small text. And also if you see this JSON, right, we also have the one field called required. Okay, so what I will do, I will add a span tag. Okay, and I will write a condition. If item dot required is true, then I am showing the span, but here I will just add this star, means it is a required field, and here I will give the color is of red. See, so we have this star, it means this is the required field. Perfect. And obviously inside the input field as well, we have to mark this as a required. So here we say item dot required. Okay, and save it. Now next we need to implement the drop down field type. So for the drop down, let's go to the chat CN and just search for the drop down, not drop down, but we will use the select one. So if you see, we have this select one, so you can select the one, and here we have the selected result. Now copy, we already have this select actually, so you don't need to again install it, but let's copy this import statement and we'll create a new components. We'll call it as a drop down field dot jsx. Now let's add a default template, and to this one we are simply going to import this select, and after that we are going to copy this select as well. Perfect, and save it. Now if I go to this add listing, now here we can write another condition. Okay, so here we'll say if the item dot field type is equal to drop down, right, then show the drop down field component. See, and if I save this one, now you will see the drop down field component. See, right, now category type also have this drop down field. Now if you see, the width is smaller, so inside this drop down field we'll just make this width as a full. Perfect, right? Now to this drop down we are going to pass our item. So here we'll say item as an item, and inside the drop down field, let's save it here. I will accept it as a prop, as an item, and the placeholder will be, oh, sorry. So here we'll change this placeholder to item dot label and save it. Now if you see, we have this placeholder, the type, category. Okay. Then we need to show the drop down options. So if I go over here, you will see the options, right? For the category, we have this option, and this option we need to show inside this drop down items. See this one. So let's add that one. So I will remove these two for now, and then simply you need to write items dot options, okay, dot map, and here we'll say option comma index and the arrow function like this, and inside that I will use this select item, and simply we'll replace this with the option, because this is just an array, okay, array of string. And for value as well, make sure you will change this to option and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see for a make we have this multiple option, for a type as well you have the option, for category as well. See how cool it is, right? And you, if you see over here, you don't need to implement each of this field, right? Only once you define it, you can reuse it. And obviously now for this select as well, you need to provide the name, but we can provide it later on as well. I will tell you how to do that. Okay, now let's save this one, and now our drop down field is also ready. Now the next is we need to implement the text area field. So if I go scroll down, you will see this text area. So this is how the text area will look like. Copy this npm command and make sure to execute it, so it will install the text area for us. And then copy this text area import statement. Here obviously I'm going to create a new component called text area.jsx, add the default template, and over here I will import it. I will just rename this to let's rename this to text area field. Okay, perfect. And now I will just copy this and paste it here. Now over here we'll add text area. Now to this text area as well, I will accept it here as item, and to this text area we'll provide a name. Here we'll provide item dot name, not mandatory because we are going to provide this manually as well. Okay, now if I go to this add listing, now we'll add third condition. If item dot field type is equal to text area, then we need to show the text area like this. Okay, and to this text area we provide the item and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, if I scroll down, now you will see for this listing description we have the text area. Okay, so that's all. So that's how easily we created this big size form, right? Now the thing is, let's add this feature list form as well. Now for the feature list, as I told you, I already have this features.json which contain the label, okay, then the name and the field type only. See, each of them has that label and the field type. Now in order to add that one, first we'll create a new component called checkbox field.jsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now let's go to add listing, and inside this feature list I'm going to add a new div. Inside div we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply say features list, or we'll say just features. Now for this feature we'll add a class name. We'll say font medium and text, let's say Excel, and we'll give margin Y to 6. Also in between these two section I'm going to add the separator from our component, because we already have this separator, right? And for this separator let's add a class name, and here we'll give margin Y to 6. And now if you see, we have this features option as well. Now under this feature, obviously we need to show the checkbox along with the name of that particular feature, so user can select the features which he has in his car, right, like this. So for that one, if I go to the shared CN, we have the checkbox component. So if I select this checkbox component, copy this npm command, go to your project and simply add it here. Now once you add this one, right, here you just need to iterate this again. So here we'll say div. Inside this div we have the features, so obviously you need to import this. So we'll say import features from and give the path slash features dot json. Okay, make sure the name is correct. And now here we'll say features dot features, because inside this features dot json we have again features list. We'll say dot map item comma index and the arrow function. So here we'll add a div. For this one we'll add a key as a index. Okay, now inside here we don't need to create any other component. So simply I think we don't need this component because checkbox is simply just a checkbox, so we can directly add it here. And let's close the tag, and then we'll add h2 tag for the label. So here we'll say item dot name, or sorry, not name but label, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the checkbox and the label. Perfect. Now let's bring in one line. So for this div we'll add a class name, make it flex, let's add a gap of 2 and item to be in the center. And if I for this div we'll add a grid, it's a grid column 2 for the smaller screen, but when the screen size is medium we'll make grid column 3 and save it. And boom, if you see we have these beautiful options, right? Also if you want you can do gap between this size. See, now you can select the one which you have the feature in inside your car. Perfect, right? So this is how we can implement the feature section. How quickly, right? You do not need to add each of them one by one, right? Perfect. Now obviously this car images we are going to upload in the next section. Okay, but before that, because we are dealing with all the form data, so we'll just try to save this form. Okay, so now inside over here, okay, maybe after this we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll add a button. Okay, now we'll just simply say save. I will say submit and save it. Now you'll see this button over here. Now this button will give some class name, margin top to 10. We'll add a flex and we'll just say justify in. So it will be on the right hand side. Now once user click on this one, we have to make sure the required field is filled completely. Okay, and then we should save all the data. Correct. Now currently we are not storing data anywhere. So now let's go back and to this add listing. Here we're going to define one state. So here we'll say form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Okay, now you might have a question, how can we save this data, because we are using the map or iterate function to display the result or display the input fields or text area or drop down. It's very easy with this, right? So the thing is here I'm going to define one method called handle input change. Okay, now to this one I'm going to pass a name and the value for it. Okay, and the arrow function like this. Now whenever we have this input field, right, now go to this input field first, and to this input field we'll add on change event, because this input field add a on change event. So what it will do, it will emit the event e, and in order to get the user enter input value, you can access it using e.target.value. Okay, and save it, and let me show you how. So if I go back to our application and if I type something, say BMW, and boom, if you see whatever I type, you will see inside the console. It means this particular event is returning the value for us. So make sure it is event.target.value. Now instead of console log, here we'll say handle input change. Okay, now along with this value we are going to pass the name. So here we'll say item.name, and then we'll pass this value as well. Now copy this handle input change, we'll pass back to the parent component. Okay, now if you go to this input field, make sure to accept it here and simply call the handle input change. Now obviously if you remember, if you see, we have this name and value pass already. Now obviously if you call this handle input change, that handle input change also accept the name and value. That's perfect, right? Now in order to save that value in a state, what we will do, we'll set the form data. Inside this form data, we have to make sure that previous value, if it's there, we need to persist that value. So here we'll say previous data, and then here we'll say dot 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 previous data, comma, then the new data with a name and value. Okay, because we are giving this name, right, name field, so even though if user try to update the same field multiple times, it will update the same name field with a given value. Okay, and if I want to console this one, let me show you how it looks. So here if I go to this form data, okay, obviously it will we are using a state, so it will not reflect it immediately, but let me show you how it works. Now if I save this one, go back to your application, and inside the console, if I type something BMW X3, okay, and here if you see the listing title, now if I add a tagline, sale for BMW, you will see the second field added along with the first field. And same way you can add the multiple field, and automatically it is getting added in the form of JSON with a field and their value. Right now, same thing we need to do it for the drop down, because we did not implement for the drop down yet. So let's go back to the drop down field now, and to this drop down field we need to add this on handle on change, but for this select operator we have one method called on value change, and to this on value change it will emit the value. Okay, so whatever value we selected, that value is getting emitted, and here we'll simply call handle input change. To this handle input change we need to pass the name of the field and the value. Now this particular handle input change method we need to pass back to the parent component, and simply over here, let me bring this down, over here we'll add handle input change as a handle input change and save it. Okay, if I go back now, even though if I select any of this value, say, okay, you will see it is getting selected. So tagline, not tagline, but if you see the make, I selected Mercedes-Benz, and it's showing the Mercedes-Benz as a make. Perfect. And the last, we need to add the text area. So I will just copy this handle input change from here, and if I go to this text area field, here we'll simply add on change, event. So here we'll say handle input change e, not e, but first item dot name, comma, e dot target dot value, and save it. And obviously this handle input change we need to pass as well. Perfect. Now even though if I type this link description, is getting saved inside our form data. Okay, now we already capturing these car details, all the form field, input fields. Now the thing is, how can we capture these checkboxes? And it is quite easy with the checkbox as well. Okay, for the checkbox, let's go back to this index.jsx, because we are already using this checkbox directly, and over here we have a method called on check change. Now if I want to see how it works, let's say it will just emit the value, whether it's a check or not. It will return true or false. Let me console for you. And if I go to this inspect panel inside the console, if I click this one, see, it returned false. If I uncheck, it returned false. Sorry, it's true and then false. Now simply here we'll call handle input change, and here along with that one we need to pass the name and the value. Perfect. Now if I select this one, see, it's getting recorded. Perfect, right? Now you might have question, I selected 4, why it's showing 3? Because state is not update immediately, right? So for the next iteration, your state will get update, but on the submit it will get all the information from the state. Okay, now the next thing, if I click submit over here right now, see, it asking, you need to fill this particular field, because this mark it as a required, and this is working because if I go to this index.jsx, we wrap our whole inputs inside this form tag, and that's the reason it is act like a complete form, right? And if you fill this information, if you fill this one, now if I click submit, now it will ask you next required field. You need to fill that required field as well. How cool it is, right? So that's how you can do it. Now on the button submit, you need to add on click event, and here it will emit the event E, and I will write the not console, but here I will say on save, not I will say on submit method. Okay, now to this on submit we'll pass the event E. Now if I go back, here we'll say constant on submit, it has an event E. Now this event E I'm using because we have to make sure once user click on submit, it will not refresh your screen, right? Otherwise it will refresh your screen. So make sure to add this e.prevent default. Okay, let's save it all together and refresh the screen. Now make sure to fill all of this detail. Before that, I want to console the form data, so whatever we write, it will just print it out on the screen. So just console it. Now let's add some dummy data. Here I will just fill some information. Okay, so let's select the make, the model, I will add some model, the year, the required field is necessary. If I try to submit here, right, see, if I try to submit, it will ask you to, oh, the required field is completed, I'm not sure. Now one quick thing, okay, make sure the button type is of type submit, and for the drop down, I think we forgot to add the required field. Okay, so here just make sure you will add the required from item dot required, and same thing you need to do it for the text area field as well. Okay, so here I will mark it as a required, as item dot required, and then save it. Perfect. Let's go over here and I don't know whether I fill or not. Let me fill all of this detail now again. So for testing, it's quite be a longer, because there are a lot of fields that we need to select it and make sure that each of these field getting saved inside our form data state, right? That's the reason it's quite big. But the thing is, right, when you want to save the data, I'm going to show you one of the quickest thing that you can save it, right? I will select some of the field like this, clean over here, and then click submit. So right now if you see, it's getting refreshed immediately. That's because we have this prevent default need to be there, right? And if I uncomment it now, it will not refresh it. Obviously again I have to fill it, but once you click submit now, then it will show you all the result. Okay, so that's how guys you can store your information in a state. Obviously next thing what we are going to do, we are going to save this all the form data into our database. Okay, obviously we are going to use a relational database called PostgreSQL, and in that one we are going to store that one. Now it's time to save this form inside our database. So we need to set up the backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use this Drizzle ORM, which ORM stand for Object Relational Mapping, which help us to write your record into a database without writing any SQL query, because we are going to use a Postgres a relational database. And if you don't know how to write a Postgres SQL query, so don't worry, that's where the ORM will help us to insert or to read or to make CRUD operation on your data record. Okay, it's very easy, and throughout this particular course I'm going to help you or tell you or teach you how to write it and how to use it. So first thing, let's go to this orm.drizzle.team and then go to this documentation. Inside here, first thing you need to do is to go select this Postgres SQL option. Okay, and then select the Neon. Now Neon is a Postgres SQL service provider which provide you the Postgres SQL database for free. Okay, now you just need to go to this neon.tech. Then you need to just create an account if you don't have, or if you have an account already, then just simply log into your account. Okay, we'll come back to this particular Neon tech, but right now let's go to this Neon, select the Neon option, and then you need to install these two dependency. So copy this one, go to your project. I will just close all of this tab, and over here just paste it. Now it will install this Drizzle ORM for us, and if you see it installed. Now second thing, you need to install this Drizzle kit as well. And once it installed, right, you need to create this index.ts file, and then you need to copy this line of code. So this copy this 4 line of code, go back to your application, make sure that dependency is installed, and inside the root directory you need to create a new folder called configs. Okay, now inside this config folder we create another file called index.js and simply paste the code which you copied. Now here you will see this exclamatory mark because this is for the TypeScript. Let's remove this one, and obviously here you need to add the Drizzle database URL, right? So right now we don't have this one. So what I will do, I will go to this .uni.local file, and here we'll create a new database URL, the environment variable, and here we need to add the connection string. Okay, we'll add that in a moment. But if I go back to this index.js, make sure to export this db constant, okay, so that we can use it anywhere, and save it. Now in order to get this Drizzle database URL, which is nothing but the Postgres SQL URL, go to this Neon, log into your account, and once you are account you can select the project. If you don't have project, just create a new one, select it, and if you see I already have a lot of project which I'm using this Postgres SQL, right? But from here you can create a new. So if you see we have this option called create new database. You can give the database name. Here we'll say car marketplace, and just click create. Now here you will see this connection string, right? Just copy this connection string. Now if you want to access your tables, you can just go to these tables, and from here as well you can access the tables or modify or check the records and all. Okay, now once you have this connection string, go back to your .env.local, paste this connection string over here and save it. Now copy this environment variable, and in order to use it over here, as we are using the bit build tool for the React, we need to add import .meta this particular string. I think this need to be .env.meta, .environment variable key. Okay, and save it. So this is how your index.js is ready. Next, let's go back to Drizzle ORM, and now select this option called Drizzle kit. Now from the Drizzle kit, just scroll down and search for the configs. So if you see, we have this configuration section. Now here you need to select the JavaScript, the drizzle.config.js file, because we are using JavaScript, and copy this all line of code. Go back to your application, and inside this root directory you need to create this file called drizzle.config.js. Make sure the name should be matched with this one. Okay, and then paste this line of code. Now here you need to add the URL. You cannot access this URL directly, so you need to copy this, go back to your application and simply paste it here. Okay, now as you are adding your URL over here, right, you have to make sure inside your git ignored, you will ignore this file. You don't want to push your drizzle.config.js file. Okay, and save it. And the last thing we need to do is to add a schema. Okay, now you don't know how to add a schema or anything, you can also go to this documents and go to this manage schema, and here it will help us to write the schema for you. Okay, but don't worry, we are going to write it from the scratch. So let's go back to your application, and inside this config folder only I'm going to create a new file called schema.js. Now inside the schema.js, it's quite easy to create a schema. Let's say export constant. Here we'll say car list, or let's say car listing is equal to, now you need to create a new table, right? So here we'll say pg table. Pg stand for Postgres and table, Postgres table. Make sure it is get imported. Then here you need to give the table name. So we'll say car listing, comma, and here we'll say we need to provide the column name. Now this is TypeScript based ORM, right? So it means you can access the any field using this carlist.id, something like this, right? Then you need to provide the serial key, which help us to auto increment your record ID number. Okay, so yeah, I will provide the serial. Now this one nothing but the column name inside your table. Okay, and then here we'll say primary key, because this is the unique and primary key. Then second thing you need to do, okay, is to add another column. Now what you need to do, go to your source folder, and under the shared you have this car detail, right? Now you have to make sure all field need to be there, first thing, and the name of the field or column name should match with this field name. Okay, so what I will do, I will put it on the right hand side like this, so that we can easily copy paste it. Okay, so copy this name, then add a listing title. Here we'll say varchar, because it's of type varchar. Here the column name will be the same like this particular field called listing title dot, and it should be a not null, so I will add not null like this. So wherever there is a required field, make sure you will add the not null. Okay, second we have the tagline, so copy this tagline like this, and the varchar. Obviously this is not a required field, so I will remove it. Okay, and like this you need to add it. So I will just copy paste multiple times, and then I will just copy this one by one. Okay, so you have to do it for all of this field. So I will just pause the video over here, and I will add all this field. And here I added all of this field. Okay, some of them are not null, some of them are might be a null. Okay, kind of thing. And now let's save it. And the last thing we need to do, not last, but let me close this one. Now let's go to this index.js, and here you need to import this schema. So here we'll say import star as a schema from, and just simply give the path as a schema. And to this Drizzle SQL you need to provide the schema like this. Okay, and save it. Now again go to this drizzle.config.js and make sure to give a complete path. So /config/schema.js and save it. Okay, let me close this one. And the last thing we need to do is go to this package.json, and here you need to provide two imported script to run it. Okay, so inside the script I will add a new command. We'll say db push, and it will just add drizzle kit and push. So whenever you make some update to your schema or added some column, remove some column, you need to make sure to you will update your tables. So that time you need to run this db push command. And in order to run the studio, okay, where you can see your data, some you can see your columns and everything to manage your data, here you need to run drizzle kit studio space studio and save it. Okay, And if you want to learn more about the Drizzle Studio, you can simply go over here where it is. So go to the Drizzle and go to the studio. You can find the information over here. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back and just simply run npm run db push. Okay, and once you see this one, you can see, okay, so we have this error called cannot read property of undefined. I don't know what is this. So inside the schema, we by mistakenly added this varchar MySQL core. So make sure the varchar we are importing from the PG core only. Okay, and save it. Now let's clean this and run it again. And in this case, if you see, it's pulling the schema from the database, changes applied. When it says changes applied, it means our new table with the name car listing is now created. Now just run npm run db studio. Okay, and now your studio is running on this particular URL. Just open this URL on a browser and you will see your studio. Okay, and on the left hand side you will see the new table called car listing, and in that one we have all the column we just created. How cool, right? Perfect. Now here you have option to run your SQL query. You can even run the Drizzle query as well. You can have option to add a record, delete a record, and lot of other things with the help of this studio. Now the question is how to add the record or insert the record into this database. So we have this form information. On the click of submit, we have to make sure we are inserting the record to the database. So let's go back to our, let me close all of this tab and let's go back to our add listing page where we have this on submit method, right? Now inside this on submit method, simply we are going to write constant result is equal to await db. Now this db, if you see, it is importing from the config. Okay, because we already exported it. Dot, here we need to insert the record, so we write insert. Okay, now which schema you want to insert, so here we'll say car listing, and if you see, this is importing from the config slash schema dot, and then we need to import the values. How simple it is, right? Now value we need to provide the one by one, right? Let's say column, their value, and like this, right? But we already have the form data which contain all the field which matches with our columns, right? So we can just simply, let me undo this, we can just simply send the form data, and that's all. Within a one line you are inserting the record. How cool it is, right? Now here we'll say if result, if result is successful, we'll just console data saved. Okay, and if your result is not successful, or you can add a try catch block as well over here. If it's if you have any error, it will throw inside the catch block. Okay, and here we'll say we have the error, and we'll say E as an error. Okay, let's save this one and go back to your application. Now we have the error that config does not file exist. Okay, this file not exist. So let's go over here and make sure you will provide the complete path for it. So this needs to be a config, and same thing you need to do for this one as well, and save it. Now we don't have any error. Let's test this out. So here we'll add some information. Now here I fill all the information. Okay, and now if I click submit, you will see we have one error. It's saying null value in column listing description of a relation car listing. Okay, so we have this value, but somewhere we did not capturing this value, or that field is not there. Okay, now if I go over here and just search for the listing description, I don't see the listing description is getting captured over here. So if I select this one, say Now that's how you can able to get the error message. Okay, and that's the reason we added this try catch block with this proper error, right? So if I go back to our application, and if you see over here, I by mistakenly added the text area field directly. Okay, but here we need to add text area field which we created, the custom one, right, from the component folder, and in that one we provide this item and handle input change. And now if I save it and go back to the console, and if I type something, now if you see, we are getting the listing description. Perfect, right? Now if I try to save this one, let me clean this one and submit it, it say data saved. See, okay, it means our record get inserted successfully. Now let's go to the studio. Just refresh your studio. We have option from here, and boom, if you see, now we have this all the listing information along with the ID, the title, tagline, and each of them. And if you see, it's not mismatch a single field, right? Because we just make sure that column name should match with the form field name. How cool it is, right? So that's how easily you can add this big size form and manage your form very conveniently. Guys, that's all. This is how easily you can add the data into your database. Now next we're gonna learn how can we upload the image, and we'll attach that image to this one. But not only that, we also pending with this features as well, because we did not added any fields for the features. Now that one also we are going to learn how can we add it, because we cannot add that much column inside of one table. We can add it, but that is not a convenient way, right? We need to add in a different table, and we need to join this table together. That's what we are going to see next. Here we forgot to add the icons related to each of this field. So let's add that component. So under this component folder, I'm going to create a new component called icon field.jsx, add the default template, and inside this icon fields, I'm going to paste some of the imports from the React icons far, which is far icons, and this is the mapping of each of the component belongs to their name of the icon. Okay, now inside this car details, we already have each of this field have their own icon. Okay, and this icon we simply map it to this component. Okay, because this React icon we already install, and this particular file I will attach to this assets folder, so you can access it. Obviously you can get it from the source code. Then next thing, let's save this one, and over here we'll accept the items from the parent component, and inside this one we'll simply get the icon map, and we'll get the component by passing the icon. Okay, so here we'll pass the icon, not the complete item, and then save it. Now this icon field we are going to use inside or maybe inside the label, we can use this one. Okay, so let me bring this down, and over here we'll use icon field. To this icon field I'm going to pass the icon, so which is from this item dot icon, simply like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to your application, you will see for each of the field we got the icon, right? Now let's style this one. So I will go to this icon field, and to this icon field simply I'm going to add some class name. Here we'll say text to be primary, background I will give blue 100, we'll give padding of 1.5, and we'll make rounded to be full. Okay, and if I go back now, you will see like this. Obviously this is not the one which I expect, but if I go to this index.jsx where we have this icon field, for this label just make simply a flex. Okay, as soon as we make a flex, you will see now we have proper icon. Now obviously we need to give some gap between this. Let's give the gap, then we'll make item to be in the center, and now this is how it will look like. Let's give some gap, so here we'll say margin bottom to, let's say, 2. Okay, and now we have this proper icon along with the labels. See, and each of the field we have the icon. So that's how easily you can display icon for each of this field. Okay, perfect.
So guys, that's all.
Now we are going to save these features inside our database, but in a different way. We are going to record all of these features in one state, and then we are going to simply save that all the field with a value as in the form of JSON object directly to our database to the given record. So in this case, if you see right now, let's say we have this all of this column, and we are going to add one more column called features, and this is of type JSON, and we are directly putting that all the fields along with the value in the form of JSON to that particular field. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside this index.jsx where we are handling the input change, right? Now in order to get the features list information, we are going to define one state, and here we'll call features form data, or we'll say features data comma set features data is equal to use state like this. Okay, and after this I'm going to define one constant. We'll say handle feature change. Obviously it will take a name and value similar like this handle input, but here we'll say now set features data which contain the previous data, and then arrow function, then we'll make sure we'll add this spread operator with the previous data along with the new field and their respective value. Now this handle feature change we are going to simply attach to this check boxes. Right now if you see, we added this handle input change. Now we'll replace it with the handle feature change. So what will happen, once it call it, right, we are going to store all our features into this particular state. Now let me console this. Here we will say features data. Okay, now just for the information I will just write some documentation saying used to save features list, selected feature list. Okay, and this one use to capture user input from form. Okay, perfect. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I click on any of these, see, it's getting saved inside this state. Right now on the line 45 you will see this is nothing but this particular line. It means our feature data is now getting saved. Now obviously that particular features we need to save in a database, but before that we need the new column. So simply go to the schema, and after this listing description, right, I'm going to add a new column called features. So this is of type JSON. Make sure that is importing from this PG, means Postgres SQL, and then I'm going to give the column name as a features. Okay, and that's all. Let's save it. Now what we need to do, obviously you make the update to the schema, so you have to again run db push command. Okay, so before that let's stop this studio, and I will run this db push command. Okay, and if you see, we got this error. Okay, now recently a Drizzle kit updated some changes, and it's saying cannot drop this car list id sequence. Okay, so the quick and easiest way to fix this, right, just comment this code and just rerun this db push. Okay, so what it will do, it will remove all of these things, right? Yes, I want to remove one table, and just remove that table. Now again uncomment it and push it. Obviously it might remove your all the data. Okay, so make sure you can back up that data, and now if you see, the changes are applied. Now just simply run this db studio and refresh your local Drizzle studio, and boom, if you see at the end you will see the new column called features. Perfect. Now let's go back to our index.jsx, and whenever we click on this on submit, right, we have to make sure we are saying all the form data, but along with that we are also want to save this features data. So what you need to do over here, add a curly braces. So add a spread operator and we'll say form data, then comma, and then you will say features with the features data. And that's all. So what it will do, it will add all the fields from the form data and the features data as well, which is in the form of JSON. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's add all the form information first. Okay, so let's add it. Now here if you see, I selected and fill all this information and simply click submit. Now if you see, it's saying data is saved. Okay, now if I go back to the Drizzle, just refresh it over here and boom, if you see, we have all the records, but along with that, under these features, you will see all the fields which I selected, see, and which is in the form of JSON only. Okay, and for each of this field, it's showing whether it's a true or false. Okay, obviously this information we need it when we want to display the car listing detail screen. Okay, so that's how guys you can simply add this feature list in to the same record in the form of JSON. Now it's time to add an upload image section where user can upload a multiple image. Along with that, we are going to show an image preview when user select a multiple images, and on the click of submit, we have to make sure this image is uploaded to the server. For that one, we are going to use a Firebase storage, and from that we'll get the URL of that image so that we can store that URL inside our database. Okay, so but first thing first, let's add this UI section first and then we will implement the logic for that one. So let's go back to your application, and in under this component folder inside this add listing only, we are going to create a new component called upload images.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now I think we are not using this checkbox field. I will just delete this file. And inside this upload image, right, first let's go to this index.jsx and make sure to import that under this car images section and then save it. Now if I go to this upload images, let me close this one. Now we need to add a section where user can select the image. So first thing, let's add a div. Inside this div, I will add a label, and also I'm going to add an input of type file. Okay, now let me close this tag like this, and we obviously we want a multiple file selection, so just make it as a true. Also here you need to give the ID. Okay, so you can give whatever the ID you want. So let's say upload images. Okay, and most important thing, if I save this one, right, and go back to your application, you will see this choose file option, right? But we don't want this option, we don't want this button over here. So for that one, I'm going to add a class name with the opacity as a 0. Okay, so if you see, now it's not visible anymore. Now for this label, we are going to mention HTML4. Okay, and here we'll say upload images. So this ID should matches to this HTML4. So what happens whenever we click on the label, right, it will automatically target this input and it will act like a file input selection only. Now inside here, I'm going to add a div and we'll simply add plus icon, and here let me add h2 tag with a plus icon. Here we'll add a class name, we'll say text large, and for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll say rounded XL, then border dotted. Okay, border color I will give the primary, and background color will give a light blue, so blue maybe 100. Let me bring this down, and most important thing, we'll give some padding and save it. Now if I go over here, you will see this plus button. Okay, now if I go to this index.js, right, before this upload images, we'll add a separator. Okay, similar like this one, see, and also we are going to add margin y to 6, and save it. And for this one I'm going to add a h2 tag. We'll say upload car images. So this one have font medium and text Excel. See this section. Let's give margin y to 3. Perfect. Now this upload image have this option. So over here let's give padding 10 for now. I think this is good. Now over here I want to add a grid so that we can show multiple image along with this option. So simply to this div we'll add a class name and we'll simply make grid columns 2 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen we can say grid column 4 and on large screen we can show grid column 6. Okay, now if I save it you will see the image like this. This text we can make text to be in the center. Okay, so this is like a button only. You can change the color to primary. Perfect. Now if I click on this one, see it automatically open the file selection for us. For this div just make sure I will make it cursor pointer, and on hover I will just add the shadow effect. So if I hover on this one, see, and if I click on it I can able to select the file. Obviously once the file selected we are supposed to show the preview on this particular section. So let's go back and now let's implement new method and we can call it as a constant on file selected, like this. Now this on file selected will take an event. Okay, and whenever the file get changed, so for this input we're gonna add on change method and simply we'll call on file selected. Now in this on file selected let me show you how to get the files. Okay, so first thing, in order to get the list of files, right, let me define constant. We'll say files is equal to event dot target dot files. Okay, and let console these files first. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything and upload the image. If I select this multiple image, right, and click upload, you will see inside the file list we got the 2 files information, right, 1 and 2. Perfect. Next thing, we need to convert this each of the file into a blob so that we can display it on the screen. Let me remove this console now and simply we'll use for each loop or just for loop. We'll say let I is equal to 0, I is less than files dot length and here I plus plus. Okay, now we'll define constant. We'll get each of the files. We'll say files of I, and if you want we can just print each of the file and let me show you how it looks. So if I save this one and select the multiple files, let's select these 3 files and open, you will see these 3 files is printing on the screen because we just console it. Okay, next we'll get the object URL for each of the file using URL dot create object URL and we'll pass each of the file to this object URL. So what will happen, it will convert this file into a blob. Okay, I think let's ignore this particular statement for now. Okay, we can directly convert into at runtime. Just we'll save this file in a one state. So here we'll define a state called selected file list, set selected file list is equal to use state. Okay, and simply we will store each of the file inside this state. So here we'll say set selected file. We'll make sure we have the previous data, then spread operator and then the new data which is the file. Okay, so it's very straightforward. Now save this one and now what we need to do, whatever the files we have inside the selected file list, we need to display it on the screen. So inside this div I will just simply iterate each of this file. So here we'll say selected file list dot map. Here we'll say image comma index, the arrow function, and then we'll define the div. Okay, make sure for this one we'll define the unique key with the index. Then inside here we'll define image source, and in this source we will convert this each of the image file into a blob so that we can able to display it. Now let's give the class name. We'll say width to be full, height is of 130 or let's say 130 pixel, and object cover. Let's save this one and let's see. Now if I upload this image, see the image is showing on the screen. If I upload the multiple image, see it will show multiple image. Okay, perfect. Now obviously the structure is not good, so we are going to add a lot of things. Here we'll give gap of 5. For each of these image we'll make rounded corner to excel. I think this is quite good. Okay, then we need to add some cross button. Okay, so that we can remove the images as well if user want to remove. So inside this div we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply add the x button. Okay, or let's go to this React icons. Here we'll just type x, I'm not sure, close, and if you see we have this different close button. Let's select this one. So first thing we need to import this IO, and then we need to import this component and save it. Now if I go back to our application and select the multiple images, so select some images, something like this, and if you see we have this cross button. Okay, you can either keep here as it is or you can bring it on the top of this image as well. So simply you can add a class name, make it absolute and give padding of 3. I don't think so that's okay. Let's make it absolute for now, and if you see it's showing on the top of this image, and we'll give some margin to 3. See now it's showing, just give margin to 2, not that so much. And now we have this button. Let's increase the size of button. Here we'll say 7, width of, not width but this is act like a text, so we'll give text large. Okay, and also we'll give text white, so it will be display. See now on the click of this one we need to make sure we will remove the image from the state. So our obviously this selected file list. Okay, from that we have to remove it. So for this button we need to add on click method, and here we'll say on image remove. Okay, so this method we are going to create, and to this on click we need to pass the file information along with the index. Now over here we'll say constant the on image remove. Now here we'll pass image comma index, make sure, and then simply we'll say constant result is equal to selected file list dot filter the item. So item is not equal to the image, whatever the image file we have, and then we'll get the result, and simply set the selected file as a result and then save it. Now if I close this one, see this file is gone. If I close this one, this file is gone. Okay, so that's how you can just remove the files by clicking this image, this icon, simply say. Okay, so that's how you can remove the image. Now next and important thing is to upload this image to the database. Okay, the question is how to implement it and where to upload these all the images. So in order to do that we are going to use the Firebase storage. Okay, so Firebase provide a storage functionality, and most important thing is free. You will get a 5 GB of storage, and obviously Firebase is powered by the Google and is very powerful. In many of our app we use this one. So simply go to this firebase.google.com and go to the console, Here go to the project. If you don't have project, just create a new one. So let's add a new project. Select the web, and here I will give the project name as a car marketplace. Now register the app, and then you will get this config file. But before that, let's install this Firebase. So copy this npm install Firebase command and simply and paste it here. So it will install the Firebase into our application. Next, you need to add this all the config code into your Firebase config file. So inside this config folder, let's create a new file called. So make sure you are inside this config folder, and then we'll create Firebase config.jsx, or just rename to JS only, so it will be same and then simply paste the code which you copied. Now this API key, I will just keep it inside this .env.local file. Okay, so here we'll say with Firebase API key is equal to, and paste this key. Then over here we'll use it using import.meta.env and this environment key. Let's save all these files and over here as well. Now inside the Firebase config, let me remove this analytics, and here we'll say export constant storage. We need to initialize the storage using the get storage and pass this app reference. Okay, now this get storage obviously you need to define. So here we'll say import storage, get storage from Firebase /storage. Okay, and save it. Now once you define this storage, make sure you exported it so that we can use it throughout the application. Now inside this upload image, right, obviously once user click on this upload button, right, we need to store that obviously we need to store that all the images to the Firebase Firebase storage only. So this particular upload logic we are going to return inside this index.jsx file. Okay, so over here I will create a new method called on constant upload images and the arrow function like this. Now inside here we need to first thing we need to upload the each of the file. Okay, so here we'll say selected. Okay, so first thing we need to get the all the file list over here, and we need to pass it to this upload image. Okay, let's do one thing for now. Let's create this method inside this upload image only. Okay, so over here I will create this upload image, and to this upload image we'll say selected file list dot for each. Now each of the file we need to upload, right? So I will say file, the arrow function like this, and we'll create the file name for each of this file. Okay, so simply we'll say date dot now, so it will create a unique with the timestamp, it will create a unique file name, and then here we'll say jpg. Then we need to define the storage reference is equal to reference, make sure it is importing from this Firebase storage. Then storage, this storage is referred from this Firebase config if you remember, and then you can create a new bucket into your storage. So if I go to this storage section, okay, here if you see I already have a lot of images, but you can create a new folder, and here we will say car marketplace, something like this, see, and click add a folder. Now we have this folder. Inside this folder we can save all of our file. Okay, now you can just define like this car marketplace / and simply the file name. Okay, the file name which we already have, and save it. Now we can also define the metadata. Here we'll say content type as image / jpeg. Next we have to upload the bytes, so make sure it is importing from the Firebase storage. Then we need to provide the storage reference along with the file and metadata. Then we have the then operator because this is a promise, and it will return the snapshot. Okay, means result only. And here we'll say console.log uploaded file, and that's all. How simple it is, right? And once this method is called, it will upload our document. Now this upload images we need to call from the index.jsx, right? But for the testing purpose, I'm going to add one button over here just to test that image is getting uploaded or not. So over here I'm going to add a button, and here we'll say upload images, and go back to our application. And here, so we have this error saying the config path not defined perfectly. So over here, make sure to define this configs / Firebase config. Now we are good. Now if I scroll down little bit, now if you see, we have this button called upload image. Let's select some of the images, open it, and now if you see, we have these two images, right? Now click upload image. Once user click on upload image, we have to make sure we'll call this method. So simply attach this method over here. Okay, now if I click upload image, obviously it is in the form, so it asking me to fill all the details. But let's do one thing. Let's put this upload image component outside of this form for now. Okay, this is for the testing purpose only, so it will not ask you to fill all the details. Now let's select these two image and click upload image, and if you see, inside the console it's saying uploaded the file. Now let's go back to the console and just refresh the screen, and if you see, we have this image uploaded successfully. See, now obviously this the extension is not correct because this need to be, if I scroll down up little bit inside this upload image, this need to be a .jpg. Okay, but the most important thing, it is get saved, and if I open it, you will see this image file. Perfect, right? Now the thing is how to get the URL of that one, because we want to save the URL of that uploaded image file. So it's quite easy. And let's go back to the VS Code, and over here after this file is get uploaded, we'll say then response, and inside here we have one method called get download URL. To this one we need to pass the storage reference dot then, and this will return the async download URL, and simply we'll console this download URL. See, okay, and then save this one. Now let's go back again and let's upload a different image this time. So I'll upload these two images, click open and click upload image. Now along with this file get uploaded, you will see, you will get this download URL. If I click on this download URL, you will see this image file. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can upload your images to the Firebase storage. Now the question is, obviously along once we fill this form, right, we have to make sure we'll also upload these images to our database. So for that one we need to create a new new tables where we will store all our image files. Now it's time to upload these images on the click of this submit button, and then we need to store the image URL inside our PostgreSQL database. Obviously here we need to create a new table for that one, and then we're gonna add all the images into that. Okay, so first thing, let's bring this into this particular form. So from this index.jsx, if remember, we just keep this for testing. So I will move back inside this car image section, and then inside this upload image I will remove this upload button, okay, because we don't need this anymore, and save it. So If I go back to your application, just make sure everything is perfect and at that particular position. Now when I click on these particular images, let's say open, right? And when we click submit, obviously we need to make sure this image getting uploaded. It means we need to call this upload image method as soon as our form information gets saved. So right here we need to call that upload image. In order to do that, right, we need to trigger this upload image method, correct? So for that one, I will just rename this to upload image to server. I will rewrite this method name. Now if I go over here, I will just create one state called conster trigger upload image comma set trigger upload image is equal to use state. Okay, and here we'll make it as a upload images. Okay, now if I scroll down, so whenever our data is saved, over here we'll say set the trigger upload images. Okay, and to this particular state I am going to pass the ID of the inserted record. Okay, now the question is how to get this ID. So it's quite easy. So at the end you have to write returning, and here you can define what you want to return. So in this case, if you see you want to return the ID, simply you will say the car listing dot ID. Okay, and obviously the inserted ID you will get over here. Okay, now inside the result we'll get this ID. So here we'll say result of 0 dot ID if the result is successful and it's saved successfully. Oh, sorry, like this. Now obviously whenever we insert new record, we'll get the every time we will get the new ID. Now this trigger upload image state we need to send back to this upload image. So here we'll say trigger, I will put the same name, trigger upload images is equal to trigger upload images. Okay, and then just copy this name, save this, go to this upload image and accept it here as a prop. Now inside the use effect, so here we'll define the use effect, and whenever this trigger upload image changes when it get triggered, this use effect will get execute, and here we'll say just say if trigger upload images is true, then simply call this upload image to server method like this, and then save it. Okay, let's test this until this point. Obviously we are not inserting the record yet to our database, but we'll make sure we are downloading this or we are uploading the file. Okay, so what I will do, I will just fill out this all of form. Now here I already filled the form, and let's select the images. Okay, so let's select this image, click open, I will select another one, say open, and then click submit. Now if you see, it's saying data saved, and not only that, it also triggered the file upload, and we have these two images get uploaded. If I click any of this image, you will see this image. It means our the logic flow is completely working fine. Now only thing is pending is to insert the record into the database. So for that one, first thing we need to do is to go to the schema, and here we need to create a new schema. So here we'll say export constant car images is equal to pg table. Here we'll say car images, and then we need to provide the column. So first column is id, is of type serial, we'll call it as a id, and this will be the primary key. Next we need to provide the image url. So this is of type varchar, we will call it as a image url, and this will be the not null. Okay, and then we need to connect this table to the car listing. Okay, so simply we'll add car listing id. Okay, and this is of type integer, make sure you are importing from this pg core. Here we'll say car listing, so this need to be a listing id, and then over here we need to provide the reference. No, that need to be actually outside, but before that we'll say not null dot references, and then we'll say references. Oh, sorry, we just need to provide the car listing dot id. Okay, so simply we define this column which is not null, and we'll refer this one to this car listing id, so this id. Okay, now let's save it, and let's again push the changes. So here I will do push, and if you see, changes are applied. Now let's restart our studio, and here I will just refresh the studio, make sure the new table called car images is now available. Okay, next, obviously we have these two images, correct? Let me close this, and now inside this upload image, once we have this download URL, so he will say download URL is there. Obviously we don't need to write, but that's fine. Okay, so here we'll simply say await db dot insert. Now obviously we want to insert into the car images, make sure it importing from this config schema dot values, and inside the value we need to provide the image URL, which is nothing but the download URL, and then the car listing ID, which we are getting from this trigger upload images, because that ID we are sending as soon as we insert the form record, right? So that ID I'm passing over here. Over here, or make sure that you import the correct configs, correct path from the schema. And then save it. Now let's test this out. So we already have these images, right? But let's submit this again, and if you see it, that is saved, it's saying uploaded file successful. Now if I refresh this screen, and if you see, we have these two car images just uploaded for this listing ID 1. If you scroll down at the last, we will see these car images which belong to this particular record. See how cool, right? So that's how guys you can insert the car images. Now obviously when you are saving the information to your database, we have to make sure that button is disabled and it will show some kind of loading, right? So what we can do, let's go to this index.jsx, and here we'll define one state. We can call it as a loader comma set loader is equal to use state, and initially I will make this as a false. Now once user click on submit, we'll set the loader as a false, true. Okay, and once the data is saved, here we'll set the loader as a false. Okay, and save it. But not only that, over here as well, when we are uploading the images to the server, we'll set the loader. So here we'll say set loader as a true, and over here we'll set the loader as a false. Okay, but obviously this set loader we need to pass, so here we'll say set loader and save it. Now inside this index.jsx to this upload images, we'll accept this set loader which has the value, and we'll set the loader as a value v. Okay, we keep the name same, so we will not do any spell mistake. Okay, now let's save this one. Now whenever the loader is true, so we'll just disable the button. Okay, and here we'll say if loader is true, then I'm going to show the icon over here, but before that, if loader is false, we'll show the submit button. Otherwise we want to show icon. Let me find some loading icon. So if you see, we have this lot of different loading icon, so let's pick this one, I will copy this import statement, make sure to import it over here, and then this component as well, and we'll simply paste it here. Now to this component I will add a class name and just add animate spin class, okay, so which will give you the which will actually spin your component, okay. And also I will change width and height, oh not like this, but here we'll change the size, okay, and then save it. Now let me show you the actual effect and how it works, but before it's submitting it, right? So what you need to do, if I scroll up little bit and just make this set loader as true for now and save it, and then you will see inside this button we have this beautiful loader, okay, perfect. Now I will just undo this one to false. Now one more thing we can do is to show the toast message, okay. So in order to add a toast message, you have this option called toast, okay. But along with that, ShadCN UI also has the option called sonar, okay. And if I click on this one, you will see this toast message. So what you can do, first you need to import this npm package. So I will just add it here, make sure to install this one, and then next step, inside your root directory you need to add this toaster component from the sonar. So our root component is nothing but we can add in main.jsx only, or let's add it here and let's see whether it is working or not, okay. And make sure to import this one, and in order to use it now, let's go to this index.jsx, and as soon as you just submit it, right here we'll say set the, sorry not set, but here we'll say toast from the sonar, and here we'll add please wait, okay. And this toast need to be imported from the sonar, so from the components slash UI slash sonar, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, obviously as soon as you submit it, it will show you the toast message, and obviously the button will be disabled, okay. Now another important thing over here, as soon as you save the listing, right, you need to redirect it to the profile screen. So let's implement that one too. Now simply first thing, let's define the constant navigate is equal to use navigation. I think this need to be a use navigate only, and then as soon as you have the everything is ready, you uploaded the images, then you have to redirect it, right. Now this particular navigation you need to write inside this upload image method, because on this set loader, because that's where you are setting, right. So here I will add navigate and dash add slash profile, okay. So because this set of loader is giving us whether it's completed or not, it's triggering to this upload image, and then we'll simply navigate and let's save it, okay. So that's how guys you can implement this add listing page. Now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now what, it's your task that you need to add some of the listing to your database along with the proper car images, so that to our profile screen and to our home screen over here, because right now we are showing demo data, right here we can show the actual listing which you added. As we successfully inserted the car listing along with the car images, but we forgot very important thing, that we need to save the user who added this particular record. Obviously user information need to be inside this particular record, so we are going to add a new column to this car listing with a user email who posted this particular listing, okay. and obviously we can add created by or created date as well. So inside this schema.js under this car listing we are going to add new field called created by, and here this will be a not null. So here we'll say varchar the column name which is created by, which will be a not null like this. Okay, and then also we are going to add the created when it is get created, right? So here we'll say posted on, and we'll say varchar posted on, and again this will be the not, I will keep as it is. Okay, and then save it. Now we have to make sure this two field is also we are going to insert to our database. Now let's go to this add listing, and inside this index.js right here we need to add this one, right? So one is the created by, or we can say posted by or created by, whatever you like it. And here obviously we need to get the user information. So here we'll say constant user is equal to use user. Okay, so that will get the user information. So here we'll simply add user dot primary email address dot email address, and the last we need a posted by date. So let me give comma over here. Here we have one more field, I don't know why it's not coming, so which is the posted by, and posted on, and then here we need to send the dates. Now you can add the current timestamp as well, it's up to you how you want to do it, or you can simply add one library. Let me add this one, so called npm I moments. Okay, so this particular moments library actually help us to format your date and to save it. So for example, once this library is installed, here we'll simply add a moments. So we need to import this moment library. So let's go here, we'll say import moments from moments, and now we have add form over here, moments dot format. I don't know whether it's installed or not, so make sure this is moment and not a moments. Okay, and then we have moment dot format, and here you can specify the which format do you want. So let's say you want a day first, so we'll say dd slash slash yyyy. Okay, here you can have the short string as well, so here we have to write or you can just write okay, and then save it. Now before that we have to make sure we will push our new schema changes, because we added these two new columns. Okay, so let's do that. So here we'll stop our Drizzle Studio and we'll run the push command, and after running it, right, make sure if you are specifying this not null, you have to add this some default value. I will remove this default value now. Okay, and save it. And now once you run the Drizzle Studio, you will see this created by and posted on date. Perfect, right? So that's how guys, this is the quick fix that you need to do, that you have to make sure you will add these two columns. So whatever listing posted by the user, that listing we are going to show under this profile section, and where we are going to add the three tabs on the profile section. One is my listing, inbox and profile, and under this my listing tab we are going to show the my listing along with the user posted or added new listing. Here we are giving option to edit this listing or to delete the listing as well. So first thing, let's go back to our application and let me close all of this tab, and first thing, let's go to this source and profile folder. So inside the profile folder, currently we directly added this add new listing, but we are going to move this line of code to an we are creating new component, and into that we are going to paste that line of code. So here we'll say create a new folder called components, and inside this component called my listing.jsx, add a default template and simply paste this line of code. Okay, here we are going to add this listing information. Now if I go back here, we'll simply add my listing component and save it. You will see nothing will get changed. So if I go to submit listing, okay, so here link need to be defined, so make sure to import this link as well as the button, and now if you see, it's working as expected. Perfect, right? Now here obviously about this one we need to add a tab. Now in order to add a tab, we are going to use a cn tabs component. So this is how it works. See, okay, how easily it switches and very easy to implement as well. So copy this npm command and inside the terminal just paste it, so it will install this tabs for us. And if I go back, make sure to import this tab inside this index.jsx, because that's where we want to use the tab, right? And this is the use case code, so I will just paste it over here. Now if I just save this one and check the result, you will see these two tabs, see, and depends on the selection this text is getting changed, right? So obviously we are going to modify the name and all. So first thing I will say my listing, second I will say inbox, and I'm going to add third one which is profile. Now if you see, each of these tab trigger has their own value. So here we'll say my listing, then this one will say inbox, and then profile. Okay, now whatever the value we give to this tab trigger, that value also we need to mention inside this tab content. So whenever we click my listing, right, obviously the value will be the my listing, and in the tab content it will automatically trigger this particular content. Okay, so obviously inside the my listing, now we will move this component over here. Okay, next we have the inbox. So right now we don't have anything to inbox, so here we'll say just write inbox tab, and the last we have this profile tab. So here we'll just rename this to profile and make sure the value will be the profile and save it. And if I go back, you will see my listing, inbox and profile. Now not only that, but here you can also update this default value. So we are going to update it to default as a my listing. Here I'm going to update this width to full and save it. Now if you see, we have these three tabs. Now this tab you can extend to the full width. Okay, so for this tab list you can just mention the class name, and here we'll say width to be width to be full, then we'll make it flex, and we have to make justify start, so it will be at the left hand side, and now we have this beautiful tabs ready. Next for this my listing, right, for over here to this tab content we'll add a margin top to, let's say, 6. I think that's pretty, not margin top, but here we'll say margin bottom to 6. Let's say how it looks. I don't think so this is working over here. So maybe inside the my listing for this div we can simply add class name margin top to 6. So we have some space between this tab and the content. Okay, perfect. Now under this my listing we need to show the all the data which we have. Okay, obviously that is belong to the given specific user or login user only. So first thing, let's go to this my listing, and here I am going to create a new component called constant get user car listing, and over here we will simply say constant result is equal to await, then db reference dot select from, and in this case let me make this as async first. Now in this case we need to connect these two tables together. Okay, so for that one we have to use the joins. So first thing we'll here we'll write car listing, then we'll say left join, because we want the all the listing independent of the car images, right? If the car images is not uploaded, obviously it will return nothing. But here in the left join, now we will connect these car images. Okay, and obviously we need to mention on which column. So here we'll say equal to, make sure to import this from the Drizzle ORM, and then we'll simply say car listing dot id and car images dot car listing id. Okay, because on that particular column we added the references. And the last we will add order by clause. Okay, we want on descending order on car list, or maybe on the car listing dot id, like this. Okay, now let's console the result. So here we'll say console result. Now along with that one, obviously now this particular line of code obviously returning the all the result, but we only want the users login users listing, right? So first let's get the users information, and here we'll say dot where clause, and inside that we'll say equal to the car listing dot created by, and then we need to provide the user's email id, like this. Perfect. Now obviously once we have the result, you will see in the console. Now call this method inside the use effect. Now whenever the user information is available from the hook, then only we are going to call this get user car listing method. Okay, let's save it and let's check in the console whether we are getting data. So here it's saying the import is not correct. So for this db, just give the complete path from the config. Now I think, okay, same thing we have to do for the schema. Perfect. Now if I go to the inspect panel and let's go to the console, here if you see, we have this array of 6. Now if you see, each of these record is belong to that particular user only. Cool, right? Perfect. Now what we need to do, if you see this result, right, it's defined this car images and the car listing separately. Okay, and that's quite weird. We don't want that in that way, right? Now all of this we need to format first. Okay, because even though if you see this data, right, we only have this 4 record belong to that particular user, but some of the record has multiple images, right? If you see, this 4 has multiple, this 5 has a multiple images, and that's the reason we are getting duplicate data. So obviously we need to format this data, and for that one we need to write a logic to format this data, and it's quite easy. Okay, so first thing, inside this shared folder I am going to create a new file called service. Okay, so that once we mention that particular logic inside this service folder, so that we can reuse that one. Okay, now inside this service folder I am going to create a constant. Here we'll say format result. Okay, the arrow function like this. So first I will define the result with empty array, and it will get the response. I can say just response. Okay, then here we'll say response dot for each item. Okay, now for each of this item, if you see, for each of this item, this is first item 0 1 2 3, we are in this case we have 6 item, right? Now for each of the item we'll get the listing id first using item dot, if you see, we have this car listing. Okay, so item dot car listing dot id. Okay, so we have this listing id. Now here we'll say if result is not contain this listing id. Okay, so here we'll say listing id, then it will go to if condition, and simply will say result of listing id is equal to, and in this case we'll simply add car, I don't know what we'll call, I will say car item dot car listing. Okay, and then for car images, I will say image only, images, we'll keep it as a empty. for now. Okay, and over here we'll say if item dot car images, not car, here we will say just images because we are checking this one. Okay, then here we'll say result of listing id dot car images. So make sure this car images is correct, dot push and item dot car images. Okay, so this need to be just images only because we are referring to this one, and this is the car images we are pushing to this result. Okay, so that's how we will do it. Then after this one, outside of this for each, right, I'm going to iterate the result with a for each, and from that one we'll get each of the item. Okay, and now what we'll do, each of the item from the car, because now we have this car and images, correct, and we need to put all of this in one object. So here I will define the final result as empty, and simply we will use spread operator over here. So here we'll say final result dot push, and inside here we'll do a spread operator with the item dot car comma the images with item dot images. Okay, also I think inside this heap, right, this need to be an item because we are referring to this response item, so this need to be a car images. Okay, perfect, and now we have this final result. Now this final result will simply going to return. Okay, now save this one and go to this my listing where we have this result. Now simply what we will do, we will return constant response is equal to service dot format result, and then we are going to pass the data which we want to format. So in this case is result, and now we'll console this response over here. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, so right now we have error that response is not defined. Let me refresh this one, and now if you see the on line 25, which is nothing but this one, right, is returning that the only one field, and in that field contains the features which already there, but along with the images as well. See, okay, and same thing over here for each of this particular field. Okay, and that's what we wanted. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So let's define this state called car list, and simply we are going to save this set car list with the response like this. Okay, so now over here we want to display the car list. So over here I will use the div. Inside this div we'll simply iterate this car list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, and inside here we'll define the div. Okay, now we'll define key as an index, and now inside this car list we are going to use the existing component which we already use, right, which is the car item. So just display car item like this, and to this car item we are going to pass the car as an item. Okay, like this, see, and then save it. Now let's go to this car item, and we have this car. Now in order to access the image, we have this car images of 0th element and dot image URL, right, because if I go to this and if you see inside the field we have this image object, and inside that the first element which every time we are going to show it as our image. Okay, then in order to display the name, this need to be we need to replace it now with the listing title. So here we'll put a listing title. For the miles, I think we have different field name or mileage we gave. Then for a fuel type, whether it's a gas or automatic, right, here we have the transmission. And for the gear type, we are going to put whether it's a automatic, I think this is the transmission, which is nothing but automatic and all. So let me gear type, and this is fuel type, is nothing but whether it's a gas or electric, right? So for that one I think we are using this fuel type as it is, right? Now for the car price I think we are using uh, this selling price, so use that selling price like this, and I think that's all, right? Let's save this one and let's test this out. So right now if you see on the screen we have this image along with this all the information, see, okay, but obviously it's not all looking good, right? We want to show in the form of grid, so simply inside the my listing for this particular div we'll add a class name, make it grid, and we'll make grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller. On the screen size of medium we'll make grid column 3, and on larger we'll make grid column 4, okay. Also we'll give some margin top to 7, and let's see how it looks. See, now we'll give some gap, so let's add a gap of 5, so some distance between this, right? But the images is not perfectly heighted or width is not have width and proper height, right? So what we can do, go to this car item, and inside this car item for the image we'll add some height, so here we'll say height of 180 pixel and save it. See, now every images has a perfect height, okay. Over here we'll add a object cover, okay, so it will not stretch your image, see, and that's how we can show our listing. Now obviously if I go to the inspect panel and depends on the screen size, see, it changes the layout immediately. Now obviously we updated this car item with the define object and list, right? If I go to this home, let's go to this home, you will see the error and cannot read property inside the car item because we don't have property, we updated everything, right? So we have to fix that issue. Obviously we need to fetch the list of car on the home screen as well, okay. We'll do that, but right now we are focusing on this users my listing section. Now next thing, below this listing I am going to show, or I am going to add two options, one for edit this listing and another to delete the listing. So let's go to this my listing section, and under this car item I am going to add a div. Inside this div we'll add two button, okay. One is for the edit and other for just I think we can just add a trash icon. So let me go to this icon, here we'll put a trash. So if you see we have a lot of different trash icons, you can select the one, let's select this one, add an import statement along with the component, and I will just paste it here, okay. Now if I save this one and go back to your application, you will see these two buttons. So let's align this. So here I will add a class name, we'll add a padding of 2, then we'll add a background of gray color 50, we'll make rounded large, and we'll make it flex justify between along with let's save this and let's see how it looks. See, now for this edit I'm going to add a full width, so add a class name of width to be full. For this button I'm going to add a variant as outline, okay. And for this button if I go to this variant, right, you will see a different variant over here. I don't know why it's not going. So let's go to this button, okay. There is the issue, but if I go to this UI and button, you will see a different variant called default, destructive, outline, and lot others, right? So obviously I'm going to use this destructive for this delete button. So we'll just add a variant and destructive button, okay. Let's save this one, go back to your application, and you will see this button. Let's give some gap between these two. Perfect. Okay, if you want to make this button as a ghost, let's try and look how it looks. See, I made this as a ghost, and if I click on it, obviously the background is gray, so that's the reason. So I will keep it as an outline only. Okay, and now we have this edit button, and then we have this delete option as well. Okay, so that's how we can do that. Now obviously on the click of edit, you can go to this same form which we already built, but only thing that we are going to pass the default value, and on delete we will ask confirmation that do you really want to delete, and then you can say yes or no, and depends on the user selection you can delete the record. Okay, so until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once we update this one, let's update the listing which we were displaying on the home screen. Right now if you see, we have the error because we are not using a fake data anymore, and also we made some update inside this car item component. Okay, so let's go to this index.jsx, or maybe on the home.jsx, which is our default page, right? And inside this one we have this most search car. Okay, let's go to this component, and right now if you see, we are using this fake data.car list. Now over here we'll add a new method called get popular car list, and right now we will just fetch the list which we already have, right? So simply I will add constant result is equal to await db, or yeah, then we'll say select, or we can directly copy the existing one which we already using inside the my list. So if you see, we have this, I will just copy everything as it is along with this format result, and I will make this as async. Okay, let me remove this console log. Then make sure to import this car listing along with the car images, then this equal as well, and descending as well. Okay, now if you see, everything is get imported. Only thing that here we need to give a specific path configs, and same thing I need to copy over here. Okay, then now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. Now obviously you know, right, this use effect only execute once because we are passing the empty array. Now one more important thing here, we don't need a where clause, so I will remove this where clause, and along with the order by, I'm going to put one more option called limit, and here I'm just going to fetch the top 10 results. Okay, and here I'm getting the result. Now simply let's console the response and save it. Now if I go back to the home screen and I will just refresh this screen over here, I don't know whether I'm getting this result or not. I think I don't think so we are getting any result. Okay, so anyway, here I'm going to define the state called car list comma set car list is equal to use state, and to this car list I'm going to simply set this car list. So here we'll say, sorry, this need to be a set car list and with the response. Okay, now over here instead of adding this fake data, I will replace this with the car list and then save it. Now if I refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, our error is gone, but still we don't have this search car option. Okay, let's see inside the inspect panel whether we have this console with the appropriate result. So we have this key error, that's a kind of warning. Okay, so it's saying service is not defined. So we imported this, but we did not call this service. Make sure it is get imported, and boom, now if you see, we have the result. Along with that one, here I will make sure I will provide the key as an index. If I refresh it now, and if you see, now we have the car list item. If I scroll this, see, I'm able to see all the top 10 cars. Okay, so that's how guys you can also update The your fake data means obviously fake data we use just for the display purpose very initially. Now we have the actual data inside our database, and we'll simply fetch it and displaying it on the screen. Now we are going to implement the edit option for this listing. If user want to edit this particular listing, he can just click on the edit, and then we need to give some option to edit this listing. And for that one, we are going to use this existing component called add listing. Now to this add listing, once user click on this edit, we are navigating to this add listing, but over here along with this route we are going to pass two main variable. One is the mode, which is equal to edit, which is the one parameter, and the ID of the record which you want to edit. Okay, and obviously once we pass this one with the help of user search param, we can get this information. So first let's go to this my profiles page. So I'm in the my listing page, okay, under this profiles, my listing, and over here if you see we have this edit option. So simply I will wrap this inside a link tag, then 2, and here we will navigate to the profile. Then as I say, we need to write a mode which is equal to edit, and we need to pass ID which is equal to the ID of this particular listing, so which we can get it from the item dot ID. Okay, and make sure to wrap your edit button inside this link and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and click edit, now if you see this edit button is small, so for this link let's give a class name with a width as a full. Perfect. And now if I click this edit button, if you see, oh my bad, so instead of this profile we need to give add listing. Okay, make sure that you will give add listing as the route. Now if I click edit, it will navigate to the add listing along with the mode and the ID. Now let's go to this add listing folder where we have this index.jsx. Under this one we need to get this parameter. So simply I will write constant, then search params is equal to use search params. Now this hook we are importing from the React router DOM, and whatever the value you want to get, you can just get it here. So let's say constant mode is equal to search params dot get, and you need to write mode. Same thing, you can get the ID, so record ID. So here we say constant record ID is equal to search params dot get and the ID. Okay, now here we'll get the mode which is edit and the record ID as well, and depends on this condition we need to get the data of that particular listing. Okay, so inside the use effect, so here I will define the use effect, and inside the use effect we'll check if the mode is edit. Okay, and then we'll get the data. So get record detail, or we can say get listing detail. Okay, so here will constant result is equal to await dot, sorry not dot, db dot select from the car listing inner join car images. Then here you need to write equal to, because we also want the images, right? So equal to car listing dot id comma car images dot car listing id. And most important, we need to pass where clause. Inside the where we will pass equal to sign, and here we will say car listing, sorry car listing dot id which matches with this record id. So here we will pass record id. As we are using await, let's make this as a async, and let's console this first. So we will console this result. Now this method we are going to call inside the get listing detail only if the mode is equal to edit. Okay, and then we'll call this method. Let's save it and let's test this out. So inside the inspect panel, if I go to the console and on the line 48, so this is the line 48, we got the result. Okay, so one is the car listing, and we got the two result because we have two different images and we need to format this information. So simply here we'll say constant response is equal to service dot format result and then pass this result information, and now let's console the response only. So now if I refresh the screen with this mode edit and id 5, you will see we got the response with the two images. Now let's save this response in one state. So over here I am going to define one state. Let's say constant car info comma set car info is equal to use state. Okay, I'm just giving different name just to avoid the confusion, right? And over here we'll say set car info, which is equal to result, not result, response, but we will we'll get only first element. Okay, because this format result will give you the list of array, and obviously when we use this where clause it will only return one value. That's the reason I'm just getting this response of 0. Now once we have the car information, we need to make sure we will set the default value for each of this input. So simply for this input field, let's say you are passing this car information as a car info, and to this input field, let's go to this input field, make sure to accept the car info. Okay, and save it. Now to this input field we'll add the default value, which is equal to car info, and then we need to get the value of the given input. So we need to write something like this, item dot name. So for that particular item we will search the field which is inside this car info, and then we will set the value. Now if I save this one and go back to your application, you will see some of the field, which is obviously input field, have the default value. See over here we have the value, and for all the inputs we have the value except the drop down, because we did not set the drop down value yet, right? How cool it is. Same thing we are going to do for the drop down as well. So over here I will pass the car info to this drop down and to this text area as well. Now if I go to the drop down, make sure to accept it as a car info and save it. And over here to this selector, it has an option called default value. So here you just need to provide the car info dot item dot name. Okay, but along with this one you need to update the placeholder as well, which is the default value. So what I can do, here we can write the condition. If this car info has a value, then we'll show the car info value, otherwise we will simply show the label. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I refresh it, you will see for each of the drop down we have the value now. Okay, now let's do for the listing as well. Sorry, the not listing, the text area. So because we have one text area field. So if I go to this index.js, we are already sending this car info to this text area field, and to this text area field we have the car info, and here as well we will pass the default value, which is equal to car info dot item dot name. Let's save it and test this out, and if you see, now we have this default car info description as well. So now for this listing description text area field, we have this default value. Now let's implement for the feature checkbox as well. Now for the checkbox we have to add a property called check. Okay, now here you need to provide a true and false value, but before that inside our get listing detail, here I'm going to set the set features data with the default value. Obviously this feature data with each holding our features information, and by default I'm setting the value over here. So here we'll simply say response of 0 dot features, because inside this once we have this information, inside that we have this features list, right? Now from this features data we'll set the check value. So here we'll say features data, we close this tab, dot item dot name. Okay, and let's save it. If I go back to our application, you will see the checkbox, right? Now if I click on this checkbox, you will see it's also updating our features data as well. So that's how you can set the default value for this checkbox. Now once we have this form data, the features, then it's time to update our listing. So now you might have a question why we are not updating the car images. So car images particular section that you can try on your own. Okay, if you have face any issue while implementing the updating the images, let me know in the comment section. I will make a separate video on that one. But now let's write a logic to update it. So simply inside this index.js, right, we have this onSubmit method, correct? Now inside the onSubmit method only, we are going to write one condition. So here we'll wrap all of this information inside the if tab. So here we'll say if edit the mode is equal to edit, then we'll we'll add a new condition, otherwise it means it's a add functionality, and then we'll execute this block. Okay, now inside the edit you need to simply write constant result is equal to await, and here we'll say add db dot update, and we need to provide what you want to update. So here let's say car listing. Okay, dot set, and inside that you need to set the value. So if you remember inside this or insert option, right, we added all of this information. Same thing, I'm going to copy it and paste it inside this update functionality. Okay, one more important thing I just realized, that we have to make sure that update the form data is also get updated. So simply let's go over here once we have this listing detail, and let's try to update this form data with the response of 0. Okay, so even though user did not update anything, we'll get the information. Let's save it and let's test this out. Also one more important thing we forgot here. Here we need to add a condition which record you want to update, right? So here we are equal to, and here inside this equal to we'll write car listing dot id matches with the record id. Okay, only that particular record will get update. I will just simply write the console log as a result. It might be written undefined because we are not returning any information, but here you can return the value which you want to get it. So I will add car listing dot id. Okay, so whatever the record we update, we will return it here, and once we console it, we'll get that id. And then here you need to make set loader as a false. Okay, as soon as it is successful. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's say you want to change the title to Mercedes Benz for sale. Okay, here you can add the condition. If you want to change the pricing, let's say you want to sell it now for the 14,000, and just click submit. Okay, and now if you see, it's submitted successfully. Obviously we are not navigating yet, but we can navigate once it is successful. But inside the database, if I change this one, you will see the name is changed to Mercedes for sale, and the selling price, because only these two fields will change. Okay, and now the last important thing, we need to navigate it. So I will just copy this line of code. So let me copy. I don't know whether we are navigating from here or not, but let me add the navigation first. So we already have the navigation, so simply add it here. So we'll say navigate / profile and save it. Okay, and if I made some update, let me clean this out again and submit it, and boom, now you will see the name is again, I reset it to the original one. So that's how you can edit your record. Now obviously we need to implement the delete functionality, but in this case you have to make sure before deleting, you have to get a confirmation from the user that do you really want to delete this record, and user say yes, then make sure to delete that one. Now this is a task for you, and give a try. Okay, as I told you in the beginning of this lecture that if you build this application, fully functional application, you have a chance to win a $25 prize money or Amazon gift card. Okay, only 3 user will get that winning prize. Now in order to add the delete functionality, first make sure to add this alert dialog. Okay, so it will ask you, do you want to delete or something like that. So it's very easy to implement. Then you need to use the delete functionality from the Drizzle. So if I go to the Drizzle Drizzle trim in the documentation, you will find how to delete it. Say inside this access your data, you have option to delete it, and it's quite easy. You have to provide the table name for inside this delete and the where clause, and that's all, you are done. Okay, so give a try. Also I'm going to include this particular functionality in the source code. If you really want this, you can also get the source code. The link is in the description. You can get access of all the link, all the resources which I kept in the description. Now let's edit the car images as well. First thing, we need to display the car images which is already there, and if user want to delete any of those car images from the existing images, then we need to make sure it also deleted from the database. But we also want to give option to upload new as well. So let's go back to our application, and let me close all of this tab, and inside this add listing, right, we have the index.jsx, where under the upload images we need to send the car info. Okay, and let's save it and go to this upload images now. Now inside here we'll accept it as a car info. Now I will create a new state and we'll call it as a existing, or we'll say edit car image list, comma set edit car image list is equal to use state, and then empty block. Now over here I will create a new use effect. So we'll say use effect, and this use effect will execute only when the mode is edit. Okay, so over here we can set the mode as a mode, so that for the inside this upload image, this component will get to know whether it's a edit mode or not. So simply here we can check if mode is equal to edit, then we can set the edit car image with the car, or not like this actually. So here first thing we need to get the car info dot images. Okay, because inside the car info we have this images list. Then we'll say for each image comma index, the arrow function, actually we don't need index here. Let me undo this one. Here we'll say image, and inside here we'll simply set the edit car image with the previous value along with the spread operator, comma the image. Okay, so or sorry, image dot, I believe, image URL. Okay, so that's how we'll get the image URL, and it is stored inside this edit car image list. Okay, here if you want you can add the mode. So whenever mode is changed, if it is a edit, then it will execute this use effect, and simply whatever the images we already have, we will just storing inside this edit car image list. Okay, now I will just make sure that we are getting this image. So I will console the log and save it. Now if I go back to the inspect panel just to make sure that we are getting the list of images. So right now if you see, we have this list of images, and from that one we are just fetching the image URL. It means we are storing the edit car image list. Now over here we'll add a condition. So simply I am going to write if mode is edit, right, is equal to edit, then I am iterating the list of this edit car image. Okay, so simply I am going to copy this block as it is for now. Okay, over here, and let's add an AND operator if you want. Well, let's see how it looks. But instead of this iterating this selected file list, in this case we'll iterate the edit car image list. And in order to display this each of this image, right, we have this image and index. So, and instead of passing this create object URL, now in this case I will just pass the each of the image. Let's save it and let's test this out. And if you see, let me refresh the screen, and I'm not sure why it's not showing immediately. And here if you see, it's not showing because the set edit car image list sometimes it takes some time to get the info, and in that time this line of code is already executing. So make sure we are executing this use effect once the car info is there. Also we'll make sure the set edit car is empty. Okay, now let's go back, and if I refresh the screen, now you will see the car image. Now if I try to upload any new image over here, you are able to upload that new image as well. Okay, now the question is, how can we remove this item from the existing one, right? So for that one, let's go back over here where we have this close button. Now on image remove, okay, so here we can create a new method as well to remove the specific element. So here we'll say on image remove from db, okay, and here we are passing the image and the index as well. So we are passing the image and index. So from the index we can get to know whether it's the first element, second element, and from that one we can get the id. Okay, so let's create a new method called on image remove db. So over here I will create this method. So it will take image comma index, and let me show you the image id which we want to delete. Okay, so the way that we can get it is from info dot images of index. Okay, let's save this one and let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel go to the console, and if I want to delete this one, right, you will see this image id we are getting. If I want to delete this one, that is id 7, and that is you can delete it. Okay, now let's write a logic. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await. Okay, then we have to write db dot delete, and you need to provide the table name. So the table name is car images. Okay, dot, here we'll say where we need to write a condition which record you want to delete, and equal to sign, and inside that you need to provide the id. So here we'll say car images dot id, which is matches with this index value, okay, which is the id again, and here I will make this as async, and that's all. Okay, now obviously we are not returning anything, we are just deleting it. Now as soon as you delete it, we have to make sure you are also removing that item from this particular list, or I think that's the better way, that you can just remove that item from that one. So here I will say constant image list is equal to so I think that is called edit car image list. So edit car image list dot filter, here we'll say image, and if that image is not equal to the current image, okay, so here we'll say item only. If item is not equal to the image which we are passing, okay, and once we have that one, we will set the edit car image list, edit car image list, which is the image list. Okay, the remaining list will be we are setting newly, and let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application and want to remove this particular record, so here equal is not defined, make sure that equal is defined over here, and if I want to remove this image, still item is not defined. That's see, it's removed now. Okay, not only that, but it also update your data. Right now if you see, we have those 9 images, but if I go over here and refresh it, let's see it's deleted or not. So it might delete it, I'm not sure it's updated the database or not, or mainly we can write the returning the ID which is deleted. Okay, so here we'll say car images dot id. Let's save it. I don't think so it's get deleted. Refresh the screen. Now if I want to delete this record, it is showing as a deleted, not sure, but let's see in the network tab. See, it's saying it's deleted. Perfect. If I refresh the screen, I don't know, it's still showing over here. So the mistake which we made, right, we are passing this index value. Actually we are not passing, we're supposed to pass the index value. That will be the like car images dot images of index dot id. Okay, so this value actually we are supposed to pass over here so that we can get the record id. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I refresh the screen and close this, I don't know whether we got the error. Let's see the inspect panel inside the console. It's saying cannot read property of undefined, reading 1. Oh, this need to be a car info. Okay, from the car info we will get the images. Let's test this out. If I delete this record and boom, if you see now that record is get deleted from here, but let's see the database as well. And if you see the 8 number record is now no longer here. If I refresh it, you will see the count as well is changed 9 to 8. Okay, so that's how. And even though if I refresh it, it will show only one image now. But here you have option to upload the other image. Okay, and then you can save it. Okay, so even though you come to this particular edit page, you will see that new image now. So guys, that's all. If you have any question while editing, adding the editing image functionality, let me know in the comment section. Now, once user click on any of this category, we are going to navigate to the new screen called, let's call it as a /search/category name. Okay, so this category name can be anything like SUV, sedan or something. Okay, and depends on that one, we are going to show all the list of the cars belong to that particular category on this page. Okay, so also we are going to show the search bar on the top, and then below that we are going to show the category name, something like this, and the listing belong to that particular category. Okay, and obviously we are going to use existing components, so you don't need to redesign it, and that will be very quick implementation for this screen. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab first, and first thing we need to do is to create the route. Now in this case, the route will be like our domain /search and the name of the category, right? So this category should be anything like SUV or let's say sedan or anything, right? But the question is, obviously we cannot create that much route, right? So how to implement this functionality? So in that case, we are going to create a dynamic route, and that is where this dynamic route play a very important role when you have multiple routes, right? So inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new route called search, and inside this search route, I'm going to create another folder, but I'm giving folder name start with this square bracket, and here we'll say category. Now when we create the folder like this, it means this category name can be anything. Okay, and inside this we'll create index.jsx file. Okay, and that's all. Now let's add a default template and just rename this to search by category. Okay, and then save it. Now let's save it. Let's go back and search something like SUV, and right now if you see, it's not working. That's because we did not added this route under our router section inside the main.jsx, right? So over here you just need to define path. Now in this case the path will be slash, let me bring this here, search slash, and now here we need to give the dynamic value, so you have to write like this. Okay, now this name should match with the folder name which we gave over here. Okay, and here we'll just connect the element with the search by category. and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application and boom, if you see, now this route is showing on the screen, and now we don't have any 404 not found error, right? Perfect. Let's go back now and let's go to this search by category page. And first thing we need to do is to add a header. So we add a header for our screen, see something like this. Then inside, after this I'm going to add a div, and inside the div we are going to use our search bar. So that component we already designed, right, for the home screen. Now we are going to reuse that component, and here you will see that search bar. Now obviously we'll give some style to this div. So here we'll say class name, we'll add padding of 10, and we'll make a background color as black. See, now our search bar is quite visible. Obviously here I will make it flex, and let's make it justify center. So search bar will come into the center like this. If you think you can give some more margin, let's say 516, I don't know how much, I think that's good. Now after this over here we want to show the name of the category which is showing over here. So in this case obviously name of the category need to be a SUV, something like that, right? But obviously on the click of this any of the category we want to navigate it to the respective category search page. So let's go back to the category section. Under the component folder we have this category.jsx, and simply we'll wrap this inside the link tag. Okay, something like this. And then for this link tag we provide the 2, and inside here we need to provide the path. So our path will be searched / the category name. So simply we'll say category dot name and then save it, right? Now go back to your application, and if I click on any of this category, let's say electric, and boom, if you see, it's jumped to the electric, right? If I go back and search for the SUV, see, it jumped to the SUV. So that's how you can navigate it on the click of the category. Now every time if you see the category name is different, right? So that you don't need to create a multiple route. So with the help of dynamic route you can able to navigate it. Next we want to show this name, category name over here. So the question is how to get that category name. So inside this index.jsx we'll simply write constant, and we destructure that one with the category that what we want, right? And this category name should match with this folder's category name is equal to use params. Okay, now this use param hook is importing from the React router DOM, and now if I console this one, we'll get the category. Now if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, here you will see the category called sedan. Perfect, right? Let me close this and go back. Now here we need to write a method called constant. Or before that, let me display the category name first. So I will add a div. Inside the div I will add a h2 tag, and will simply display the category name. For this category name I will add a class name. We'll add font bold, and text should be Excel. Let's make it for Excel. Perfect, right? Obviously we need to give some padding and margin. So here we'll padding of 10 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is larger we give padding of, let's say, 20. Okay, and below that we want to show the list of category. So this will be contain the list of, not category, list of car list. Okay, now in order to get the car list depend on the category, for that one we need to create a method called constant get car list, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select and dot from. Here we need to provide the name of the schema called car listing. Obviously we want the images as well, so we'll do inner join car images. Okay, and here we'll say equal to car listing dot id comma car list, now car images dot car listing id. And obviously here we need to pass the where clause, because we depends on the category only we need to fetch it, right? So here we'll say car listing dot category should match with our category, right? This category. Here we'll make this as async. Now I will just console this result first, okay, and we will call this method inside the use effect. So whenever this component get load, this use effect will get execute, and then simply we'll call our car list method. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now obviously this import statement every time it happens with me. So let's provide the configs, and here I will copy for this one as well and save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console and let me refresh this. So we have error that argument of where must be a boolean, not a type of character varying. Okay, so we have some error. So here we forgot, here need to be an equal, and inside this we need to provide, okay, and save. Now if I save this one, let me go back to the application, and now if you see on line in index 23 we have this result. Perfect, right? Now for this we have the Siddhan selected as our category and we got the 2 result. Let's check this out. So inside here if you see we have only 2 record with the category Siddhan. Perfect. So obviously we need to format this one and we have the method for that one. So here we'll say constant response is equal to service dot format result, and here we pass the result, okay, and if I console this response we will get a formatted data. Now we just need to iterate this list, okay. So over here obviously first we will store that in a one state. So here we'll say constant car list comma set car list is equal to use state, and then here instead of console log I will just set the car list, and under this section now we will iterate the car list dot map, we will say item comma index, the arrow function, and here we will add a div. Here make key as an index, and we're gonna use an existing a component called car item, and to this component I'm going to pass the car, I think, yeah, as an item, okay, and let's save this one. And if I go back, boom, if you see we got the car information. Obviously we need to change this into the grid format, so I will add a div, I will wrap all the list inside this div, and simply here we'll add a class name, we'll give grid, then grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, when it's medium we'll make grid column 3, and on larger screen we'll make grid column 4, okay. Let's save it. Also give some gap, so gap of 5, we'll add margin top to 7 and save, and boom, if you see we have this listing. But right now if you see this padding is not applied to this particular div, maybe what we can do, we can apply this padding to this particular div inside the class name, and boom, now if I close this, see you got the result. Perfect, right? Now if I refresh this screen, it takes some time to load this particular listing, right? So to avoid this one, what you can do, you can show the skeleton effect. So it's quite easy to integrate. Let me show you the quick way that you can do that. So first thing, here I'm going to add an option called car list dot length is greater than 0, then only show this show the car listing. Here we make question mark because we want to show the what we call the skeleton effect, right? So inside over here we'll add another div, not another div, but here we'll simply add an array like this, okay, dot map and item comma index and the arrow function. So inside this I will add simply a div, and for this one I will add a class name, we'll make a height of let's say 200 pixel, okay, then we'll make we don't need to provide the guild, but make sure the rounded corner to be XL, and we'll say background is of slate 200, and most important thing, make it animate pulse. So it will give you the animated effect of turning on the light, the color off, on off, like a skeleton effect, right? And if I save this one now, you might not see the changes, see, but let me show you how to test this. So here I will just reverse this condition so you can see the change, see, and how it's coming, giving some animated effect, right? Here I will just give some height like 300, sorry, let's make it 300, so similar to the height of the our card, right? See, something like this. I think let's give some more, say, okay. And whenever it's loading, it takes some time to load the screen, right? And that time you will see that effect. Okay, let's save it. So that's how you can add the skeleton effect. Now let's go back and search for others. So let's say search for the SUV, and boom, if you see, we got the SUV, and you also see the skeleton effect, right? Now if you see, for the hatchback we don't have any listing, and that's the reason it's still showing this skeleton effect. I think for a truck we have one, see. So that's how guys you can add this search by category functionality. Quite easy, right? But most important thing here is to add the dynamic routing and fetch the data with the or on the condition of the category. That's what we implemented over here. So easy, right? Now let's implement this search functionality. We already have this component ready, but we need to make it as, in working condition. So whenever you select the car or the make or price, on the click of it, we just need to navigate to this search screen, but little differently. So inside this search, here I will just rename this search question mark, and then the make, for example, let's say BMW, right? Then if there is another parameter, we can say like price is equal to 1000, okay? And like that you need to pass this. Now we need to create a new page for that one, so that this route will be a different than what we have to search with a category. So let's go back to your application. Let me close all of this tab, and inside this source folder we already have this search folder, right? Inside this search I'm going to add a new page called index.jsx. now this page is for this search, okay? If I add the default template and just rename this search by options and save it. Now if I just go to this search page, see, nothing is happening because that search page need to add into our main.jsx router. So over here I will just copy this one, and here just we need add search, but we need to add the component as a search by option, okay, and save it. Now if I go back, if you see, if you search it, you will get this search by option. Now here you can add any parameter, let's say make is equal to car, and still it is on the same page. So let's go back to the search option now, because this particular passing the parameter is working as expected, right? Now inside this component folder where we have this search.jsx, correct? Now each of this selection we need to store inside one inside into a state. So I will define constant. Here we'll say cars comma set cars is equal to use state. Then I will create another one for the make comma set make, and another is for price. Oh, sorry. Okay, and save it. Now for this select, we have one method called on value change. It will just return the selected value, and then we need to save that one. So here we'll say set cars with the selected value. So this value we need to pass, okay? Right now in this case I just observed for the select item, right? We have to make sure the value should match with the label, okay? Because this is the value that it's going to save in a state. Then for this particular state, we have this what we call, I think, make, right? So for this select, let me undo this over here. We have on value change, it will return the selected value, and we'll set make with the value. And the last, we have the pricing. So again, on value change, we'll write the value and we'll set the price as a value. Perfect, right? Now all the three value we are storing in a state. Now on the click of the search, we just want to navigate. So I will just replace this div with a link, and here we use two option in order to navigate. So we have to write search, then in question mark we have to write different option, let's say cars. Here we need to attach the cars state, then again plus, here we'll add a make is equal to make, and the last we have the price, right? And price is equal to price. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So let's go back to our application on a home page, and now if you see we have the cars. Let's select the use, then you have select the option and the pricing and click search, and boom, if you see our parameter now has the car use make as a BMW and price as a 2000, and it is navigating to our new screen which is searched by option. Perfect, right? Now if you did not search any of the option, let's say you just search use and search it, you will see for the cars you have use, for the make you have undefined, and price also have undefined, right? In order to avoid this undefined, you can pass it as a null, and let's say how it looks. Okay, so if I pass it as a null and if I search this, go over here, and if you see it pass as a null, right? So it's up to you whether you want null, undefined or empty. I will keep as it is. And inside this index.jsx, now we need to get that all the parameter value. Okay, so in order to get this parameter value, we'll write constant search params is equal to use search params. Okay, so this hook is importing from this React router DOM, and then for example if you want a cars is equal to search params dot get, and you have to provide the field name, okay, or parameter name. In this case is cars. Okay, same thing we are going to implement for the make and the price. I will copy this and paste it here. For a make, here we'll say make, and the last we have the price. Okay, now let's console all of these three value, cars, make and the price, and save it. Now if I go back and let's select some options, okay, and click search, and boom, if you see it's navigating. But if you go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here you will see the option called use BMW and 2000, right? The one which we just printed out. Now it's time to get the data depends on this selection. So simply we'll add a constant. Here we'll say get car list, the arrow function like this, and inside here we'll write constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and we need a car listing from the schema, then inner join car images. Here we need to write equal to, and car listing dot id matches with the car images dot car listing id. Okay, now inside here we need to write where condition. Now this is very important, depends on whether this car make or price has a value. If user selected that value, then only we need to execute this where call. So simply here we'll write if car is not equal to undefined, then only we want to add the condition call equal to. Here we'll add car listing dot condition, okay, because the field name is condition, equal to cars. Okay, you can rename this to a condition. I think that's much more meaningful. Okay, let's make this as a async. See, okay, same thing you have to do it for the other options. So let's say for condition and the price. Okay, so here we'll say if the make is not undefined, so car listing make and the make. Okay, and for pricing is little bit different, but that you can try on your own with the help of documentation, because pricing don't want equal to, you can add the less than or equal to or greater than value. Okay, now I think let's test this out, and we need to call this method inside the use effect. Over here we'll call it and save it. Now I will just add a constant response is equal to service, because we want to format the data, right? Format result with a result, and then we'll console the response. Let's save it and go back to your application. Obviously the import we need to update with this config. I don't know what is the setting change, but this is happening with me. And car is not defined, I think over here. Now this need to be a condition, and save it. Let's go back, let's refresh the screen, go back actually, and make sure we don't have cars anywhere, right? Okay, so that's where we have this one. Let me remove the console and go back. Now if I select this use car and make some, like let's say Audi, and search it, right? And if you see, we got the result with the Audi, and not only that, but the condition of this Audi is used, and that's the reason we got this result. Okay, so that's how guys you can search it. Now simply similar like this category search by category, right? Same functionality we are going to use. So I will copy everything as it is. Okay, and I will paste it here. Make sure to import this header, the search bar, along with this car item. Okay, and now to this obviously we need to save this result inside the one state called car list. So here we'll say car list comma set car list is equal to use state, and here we'll set that one, set car list with the response, and save it. Now if I go back to application, so here we'll say category is not defined. That's interesting. Okay, so obviously we don't have the category, so here we'll say search result and save. Okay, and if you see, we got the Audi with this search. Now if I go back and search for the used car for the BMW and search it, we have one BMW which is in the use. And if you go back to your application, here you will see we only have one BMW record, right? So that's how guys you can add the search functionality with this search bar and with the selected option. Now once user click on this any of this listing, we want to navigate to the new screen where user can see all the details about the listing, including their description, the images, with all the features which user selected while adding the listing, along with this particular option. And also we are going to add this finance calculator as well, so user can immediately calculate their finance, how much monthly payment he need to pay, right? And this will be the UI will look like. Now obviously this is completely responsive UI, we are going to build it. So let's get started. Before that one, make sure we are going to create a new route called listing detail slash and the ID of the selected listing. Okay, so obviously this will be the dynamic route, again similar like the one which we made for the listing search by category, right? So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab, and inside this source folder we are going to create a new folder called listing details. Okay, and inside this folder, in order to make a dynamic route, here I'm going to use ID. Now ID is stand for the make sure it's a folder, so ID will stand for the listing ID. Okay, and inside this ID we are going to create index.jsx file. Let's add a default template and rename it to listing detail and save it. Now this particular route we need to add inside our main.jsx. So simply over here we'll add a path. Inside that we'll say listing details slash and the id, okay, which is the listing id. Then here we'll say element and we'll add listing detail to that one, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and just search for the listing detail slash and any id and enter it. So right now, okay, so this need to be a details and boom, if you see now we have this listing detail screen working. Now let's go to this listing detail screen and very first we need to add our header. So let's simply add a header component and save it. After this one I will add a h2 tag, and according to our mockup, instead of adding h2 tag, let's divide this section into a different component. So first thing, this will be our one component, okay. After that we need to divide this screen into two section, one or two grid, one grid for this particular section and other grid for the pricing and the other car important features, okay. And inside that again we will divide this into smaller component, okay. So let's do that. So first thing, I will say detail header detail component. So over here we'll say header detail component. So inside the listing details I'm going to create a new folder called components, and all the components related to this listing detail we will keep inside this folder. And inside this component now we'll add or we will create a new file called detail header.jsx. Now let's add a default template here, and simply I'm going to add a div first. Let's add a div above this, and inside div we'll add header detail header like this, okay. Let's put this comment above this detail header and save it. Now if I go back to our application you will see this detail header. Now let's give some padding. So for class name we'll add a padding of 10 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium we'll add padding 20. Perfect. Next we'll add the title of the header, okay. But now in order to get this information about this car listing, right, about the id which we are searching, we need to get this particular id using this use params, okay. But now before that let's go back to any of the listing. Let's say you are on the home page and you are searching this listing. Now on the click of this any of the listing we have to navigate to that particular screen. So let's go to this car item.jsx file, right, because we already have this component ready and this component we use at multiple places as well. Now this component I will add this in a I will wrap it inside this link tag. Here we'll say to, and just wrap this all the div inside this link tag. Now for the to, here I will say slash listing detail slash and the car dot id, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on any of this car, let's say you click on this second car, and right now if you see you jump to the or navigate to this particular screen. I think we mistake in the spelling. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I click on this one, see it jumped to the listing detail and the id of that particular listing, see, okay. So that's how you can navigate from your car item card. Now once we have this information, right, you need to get that using this user search param. So I will just destructurize it and we'll get the id is equal to use params with the help of this React router DOM hook, okay. And if you want to console we can just okay, I think we are in the wrong component. Let's go to this index.js, and that's where we want it under the listing detail, right, and make sure to import this use search param over here and save it. Now let's console this. So I will just console this id And if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel inside the console, where you can check the ID, which is coming as a 5, okay, which is nothing but this ID. Now with the help of this ID, we need to fetch the car information, right, from our database. Now obviously the fifth number ID is this one, and obviously we want to fetch this record along with their images. So simply we'll add a constant get car detail, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await db, then we'll get select from car listing. Here we'll say inner join with the car images on which column we want to match. That column we need to write here, so equal to, make sure to import this equal to from this Drizzle ORM, and then we'll car listing dot id, which matches with the car images dot car listing id, okay, and then we need to put where clause equal to, and here we'll say car listing dot id matches with the id which we are getting from the parameter. Here we'll use a sync, and now we need to call this method inside the use effect. So whenever this component get load, this method will get called. And here obviously before using this we need to convert or format this result. So here we'll say constant response is equal to service dot format result using this result, and I will just console this result first. Now over here make sure that config path is correct. I will copy paste over here as well and save it. Now let's go back to our application, and now if you see on line 26 we got the result. Now every time obviously whenever we fetch the any particular record, right, with the ID, we are pretty sure that we are getting only one record, right, and if you see right now we got the one record, but this is inside this list, right, so that's the reason we got the element at the first location. Now in order to get the only the our required record, you can just access it using response of 0, okay. Next in order to store this value, here we'll say car comma set car, I will say car detail, is equal to use step, and here instead of console log we'll use set car detail and save it, okay. So now we have the car detail. Now let's pass this car detail information to this detail header. So here I will pass car detail as a car detail, and inside this detail header we'll accept it as a prop, okay, and save it. Next, the first thing we want to show is the listing and title, or whatever the name we already added. So that is nothing but this listing title, and below that we need to show the tagline as well. So here I will add h2 tag, we'll say car detail dot listing title, I think, yeah, listing title, and save it. Make sure it is showing on the screen. See, now here I will give some style. So add a class name, we'll say font bold, text Excel, make it 3XL, and save it. Perfect. After this we want to show the listing, oh sorry, just a tagline. So here we'll add a p tag with the car detail dot tagline. See, okay, I will just make it text smaller, we can keep as it is or make it smaller, that will be good. Now below that one we want to show some of the option. If you go over here, like, right here we say when it make it, or the how many miles, all of these things, right, so we can add that information as well. So simply below this we'll add a div. Let's add a div, and inside div first we want the add icon. So let's add a calendar icon. So from this React icon, just search for the calendar, or let's go for the hero icon if it's there, see, and search calendar over here. So we'll use this calendar. First import this statement, and then copy this component and simply paste it here. And then we want to show the year, right? So for the year, our field name is year only. Year, and save it. See, now for this one we will give some style. So add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2 item to be in the center. For this icon, I will make class name height of 7 and width of 7. Now I will give some background sky color, or maybe let's give blue 50. We'll make it rounded full, and for this h2 tag we'll add a class name with a text as a primary and save it. Okay, something like this. For this as well, I'm going to add text primary and save. Let's give some padding as well. So over here we'll add a padding of 3. Make it padding of 2 and padding x to 3. I think padding 1 is also fine. Perfect. Okay. The text I'm making little bit smaller, and this will be I'm making as a 5. Little smaller side. I think, I don't know. Let's keep as it is. And next we want another one, so I will just copy this same div. I will paste it here 3 times, and then I will just wrap this all the 3 components inside one div. Now for this one, let's add a class name, make it flex. Let's add a gap of 2. See, and we'll also give margin top to 3. Okay. Now inside here we'll change the icon. So next icon we are going to use is the smile one. So let's search that icon. So for the speed, I search, let's use this icon which is from the different category. Let's import the statement and this particular component as well. And here we'll simply add mileage. I think we gave, if I'm not wrong. Let's search EAJ. See, and then next we want the whether it's automatic or what, right? So let's search that icon. So we can use this icon, or maybe this one is much better. And the component as well. Okay, and here let's see the field name. So field name is a transmission, so let's add that one. And the last, I'm going to add one more for the whether it's a gas or electric. Okay, so that is also important. So let's search for the gas, and I also updated this gas one as well. Okay, let's make the padding 2. Let's see how it looks. Let's make it 2. I think we'll make padding 2. Let's click on command option or alt option, select, or sorry, the option, I think, yeah, and you can do multi-line edit in one, and now it's look good to me. Okay, so that's how our header is ready. Now for this one, if you don't have a data, right, you can also add the skeleton effect for this particular section, and it's quite easy. So in order to add a skeleton effect, let's wrap this inside one div. Okay, so all the code which you are displaying on the UI, let's wrap it inside one div, and then simply I will add one more div, and inside here we'll simply add a class name. We'll add a width to be full. Okay, we'll make corner rounded, and we'll give a height of, let's say, 100 pixel. Okay, we'll make a border of background is of slate 200, but here we'll make animate pulse. Okay, if I save it, you will see this section. Now whenever we don't have data, right, we will show this particular section, and as soon as we got the data, we'll show the actual value. So in order to do that, you can add a condition like if car detail is there, or we can say car detail dot tagline, let's say tagline, not tagline, but let's say this listing title. Okay, if listing title is there, then show this div, right? Otherwise, let's go over here and show this particular skeleton effect. Now if I refresh it, see, we got that effect. See, it's very quick, right, because we already have the data. Next, we are going to divide this screen into a two section, and then on the left we want to show this car images, description and feature, and on the right hand side we're gonna show the pricing option and this cars information. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this index.js, right, under this one here we'll add a div. Now inside div, obviously we want two section. Okay, so first is the left, we'll say just left and right. Okay, that will be easy to understand. Now here we'll do the class name, we'll create a grid. Okay, now instead of creating two grid, we'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, but when the screen size is medium or larger, we'll make grid column 3. Okay, now out of this 3 column, for the left column I'm going to assign 2 column. Okay, so when the screen size is medium, we'll assign 2 column to the left side and 1 column for the right side. Okay, now in order to just show you how it looks, right, I'm going to add a background color. Okay, for the left I'm adding grid, and for the right I'm adding red. Okay, green and red. So let's go back and let's see how it looks. I don't think so I saved, so let's save it and make sure to add something here. So here we'll say left, and here we'll say right. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, we got left and we got the right as well. Okay, here maybe we need to give some full width. So here let's say width to be full, or maybe, okay, so this need to be a column span 2. Okay, so here we need to say column span 2 in order to assign 2 column to the left. Okay, and boom, if you see, we have the left and then we have the right section. Sounds good, right? So that's how you can divide the screen. Now let me remove these colors, we don't want that one, and okay, yeah, here we don't want a class name as well, and save it. Now in the left section we want to show the image gallery. So here we'll say image gallery. Okay, then we want to show the description, then the features list. Okay, and on the right hand side we'll show the pricing, the car properties, we can say, and also we are going to show owner's detail, who posted that particular list. Okay, so that's how we are going to divide our application, sorry, the screen. Now let's implement the image gallery first. So let's go to this component folder and we'll simply add image gallery.jsx file, add a default template, and let's save it. Now make sure to import this image gallery over here and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this image gallery. For this particular div, I'm going to add margin top to 10 and also will give gap of 5. See, now for the image gallery, for now let's pass the car detail over here, and inside the image gallery we'll accept it as a car detail, and we are just showing one image for now because later on we're gonna implement the slider as well. So here we'll say image source and we'll say car detail dot images of 0 dot image URL. Okay, here we'll give width to be 100%, or let's add a class name simply. Here we'll say width full, height is of 300 pixel, and then we'll add a rounded corner to be XL. Let's see how it looks on the screen. See, let's increase this size, let's make it 500. Okay, I think this is pretty good. Then here we'll make object to be cover. Okay, so it will not stretch. See, next on the right hand side, as I say, okay, we want to show the pricing, but before that let's add a description section. So under this image section we need to add description section. Let's add a new component for that one, description. Now we are creating different component for each of the section that will be easy to manage your project, right, in future as well. Let's add RFC yield for a default template. Here we'll say car detail. Now make sure to import this component inside here. So here we'll say car detail. To this car detail I'm going to pass car detail information and save it. Okay, now let's go back to your application. I think we added, oh, so this need to be a description. Perfect, now we have the description text. Now let's go to the description, and for the description I'm going to add a class name. Let's add padding of 5. We'll make a rounded corner to be XL, a background to be white with a border, or let's not to add border, let's add a shadow only for now. Let's see how it looks. Okay, and inside here I will add a p tag with a description. So here we'll say car detail dot, and let's say the field name. So field name will be the listing description. Okay, so here we'll say listing description and save it. See, and now we have this listing description as well. Here I'm going to add a title as well. So here we'll say the h2 tag and we'll just say description. Here we'll add a class name margin y to 2, so vertically, and then we'll make font medium and text to Excel. Perfect. Here also we are going to add margin top to 6, so some space between these two section, and we're gonna add a border as well. Perfect. Okay, so this is our description section. Now right now obviously we have only very small description, but yeah, if you have big, you can see all this big description as well. Next we need to add the features list. So below that we want to add it, but before that what I want to do, I want to add a skeleton for this one. So let's add a div first, and here I will say if car detail dot description is not there, so add a condition. If it's there, obviously it will show this description. Oh, so this need to be inside this div, otherwise simply add the skeleton. And here I will add a class name. We'll say width to be full, height is of 250 pixel, then background slate 200, and animate pulse. Okay, I'll make rounded XL. So if I refresh it, you will see that change. I think here we can change the height to 100 only, and make sure to give margin top to 7. Perfect. See, Next, after this one, we want to show the features list, okay, this particular section. So let's add a component for that one. So here we'll say features.jsx. Add a default template. Here it will accept the features only. So I will just write features. And let's add a div. And inside that we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say features. I will add a class name, make it font medium. And text is of 2XL. Obviously we'll add a padding. We want to look like a card, so we'll add a padding of 5. We'll make background white, rounded corner to be XL. We'll add a border and little shadow. And let's add some information. So these features we need to import it in under this left side column under the feature list section, and it will accept the features. Now in order to access the features, we have the card detail dot features JSON data, right? So if I go back to our application, here you will see we have these features, okay, which is in the form of JSON only. So you don't need to convert it. So just pass that information, and just for the sake I'm going to print this inside the console. So here we'll say features. Now if I go back and go to the console, make sure you are getting the feature list in the form of JSON. Okay, so if you see on the line 5 inside the feature, we have this list of features. Now this list of features you just need to iterate it, okay, and whenever there is a true, okay, just you need to show the check mark like this. So let's go over here inside the features. For this div I will add a class name margin top to 6, and over here we'll say features dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. So here we'll add a div. Here we'll add a key as an index. Okay, now inside here we want to add checkbox. So let's search some good checkbox, something like this only. So I will use this far checkbox, check mark actually. Let's import this first and then use this component. So like this. Okay, now to this component let's add a height of 8, width of 8, and let's add a background is of light primary. So here we'll say a blue 100, and then we'll add a text to be primary. Here actually instead of height we'll give text large, and let's say how it looks. So features.map is not function, so make sure to wrap it like this. And now we have this check mark. Now we have to add this features flag component. So let's go back to our application, and inside this component folder we'll create a new file called features.jsx. I will rename this, and let's add a default template and save it. Now this features component we need to add under this descriptions. Okay, so here we have features and save it. Make sure inside your application the feature text is showing on the screen. Now to these features, right, we are going to pass a card detail, not card detail, but in this case we'll just pass a features information using card detail dot features, right, because inside this card detail we again have the feature list. Okay, so if you see this is the list, and inside that we have each of this object or each of the field. Okay, so let's save it and go over here. Here I will accept it as a props. We'll say features. Now once we have the feature, we need to display that one. Okay, so we have to iterate that features, but this is little different way. Okay, because we only have the one object, in that we have the multiple fields, correct, and the field name, if you see, every field name is different. So in order to display it, let's go over here, and here we'll just simply say first h2 tag with the features, Here I will add a class name, we'll add padding of 10, we'll add a border, let's add a shadow small and rounded as a XL. Make sure it's showing on the screen perfectly. Yeah. Also let's give margin top to 7, and then for this S2 we'll add a class name, we'll say font medium and text to XL. Okay, so make sure this and this is similar. I think here we give more padding, let's give a padding of 5 only. Okay, that's good. Now below that we need to show the feature. So inside this we're gonna add a div, and inside the div we'll add, we'll wrap in curly braces, we'll say object dot entries, and inside that we need to pass these features. Okay, now we will map it. So we have the features and the value. Okay, so here we'll say value. Next, the arrow function like this, and inside here we'll display simply going to show a div, and inside the div we'll show a feature, and just for the information, right, I'm also going to show this value as well. Okay, and save it. Just we will see whether it's showing on the or not. Okay, if you see, all the features list is showing on the screen except this value. So this value is actually true or false. So if value and then let's say true, and now if you see it's coming true. Okay, so value, obviously the true value, the boolean value is not going to print, so that's the reason. Okay, that's good. Now we want to show these all the feature in the form of these 4 columns. Okay, or we can make it 3. So here we'll say class name, the grid, here we'll add grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, on the medium we'll add grid column 3, and on large we'll add grid column 4. Then here I'm going to replace with the h2 tag for the features, and in front of them we are going to show this icon. See, so for that one we'll use React icons. Okay, so I have this check icon, I will just copy this import statement first, and then in order to use it we'll copy this component and simply we'll paste it here and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, here you will see the checkbox, and if you see how beautifully it gets spread out throughout this card. Okay, I think let's give some padding to 10 because that's what it's look good to me. Next, here we'll add some margin top to 3, and for this div I will add a class name to flex gap of 2, and we'll make item to be in the center. Now for this checkbox I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll say text large, padding to 1, make rounded full, and let's see how it looks. Then here I'm going to add a background color blue 100 and text color as a primary. See, which is similar like this one, checkboxes, right? We'll give some gap as well. So here we'll say gap of, let's say 5, and let's give more gap. Perfect. And now we have beautiful feature section. Okay, what else we need to update? Okay, let's give some margin top little more. So here we'll margin top to 5. Okay, so some gap between these features and this information. For the description card, because we already have description card, here I will give padding to 10. Okay, perfect. And now we have this feature list as well. Next we need to show the pricing component, where we are going to show price and button to make an offer. Now this button will navigate to the user chat inbox, because we are going to implement the communication or messaging functionality inside our application. So first thing, let's go back to our components, and here I'm going to create a new component called pricing.jsx and add a default template and save it. Now this pricing component we are going to add on the right hand side column under this pricing. So here we'll say pricing. Okay, and if I go back to our application, make sure on the right hand side the pricing is showing. Okay, now to this pricing I'm going to pass the car detail as a car detail and save it, go to the pricing and make sure to accept it here as a car detail. So whatever value we send, we'll get it here, and then inside this div we are going to show that one. So here first I will say h2 tag, will say our price, and then another h2 tag for the actual value. So here we say car detail dot selling price. Okay, make sure the field name is correct. So if I go to this studio and over here you will see so the pricing section, where is the, okay, this is selling price, that's correct. Okay, let's save it, make sure it is getting printed on the screen. Now let's add some style. So for this div, let's add a class name, we'll add padding of 10, the rounded corner as a XL, then we'll add border, some shadow, and save it. Perfect. Then we need to increase the size of this particular pricing. So for the h2 tag, we'll add a class name, we'll add a font bold, text is of 4XL, and this pricing currently is it is in dollar, so just add dollar sign as well, and that's how it looks. Below that we want to show the button, and so below this I will add a button from the component UI button. Here we can say make an offer price. Okay, so to this one I'm going to add some icon to this button, inside this button. So here we'll say offer, I don't know, okay, this is good, actually this is what I wanted. So I will copy this import statement first, we'll paste it here, and then we'll copy this component and we'll paste it here. Okay, and let's save it. Let's go back and check this out. See, obviously we want to use some styling. So for this class name we'll make width to be full. Okay, and I will add a variant, not variant but the size is equal to large. Okay, little bit bigger in size. We'll give some margin from the top. So here we'll say margin top to 7. Perfect, and that's how it will look like. You can give some gap between this icon, and also I will increase the size of the icon. Here we'll say class name, text need to be larger, and margin right to 2, something like this. Okay, so this is our button, and the pricing card is ready. Okay, so next after this one we are going to show this feature list which we already have. Okay, so all of this column is nothing but that features, and along with that one we need to show the icon, the name, and the value. Okay, so for that one we need to create the new file called let's go to this shared folder, and I already created this car specification.js file. So inside here I just copy everything from the car detail. Okay, the whatever the field I wanted to show, and I just little bit modified, and I just keep this 3 field. The one is the label, the name, and the icon for that one. Okay, so I have from the category to doer. So you can get it again, we already have this from the JSON, and you can get it from this source code as well. I will keep the link in the description. Now let's go to this index.js, and under this car specification I will call it as a, and we'll under this one we are going to display. So let's create a new component. Here we'll create car specification, or we'll just write specification .js. Okay, and then add a default template. Let's save it. Now let's import this specification component right here. Okay, and to this one I'm going to show car detail as car detail and save it. Now inside the specification let's accept this as a car detail only. Okay, let's save it, and now for this div let's add a class name. We'll give padding of 10, rounded XL, then we'll add a border, shadow, medium, and that's all. if I'm not wrong, right? And if you see, we have this card as well ready. We'll give margin top to 7. Okay, now here we will show one by one. So first thing, we need to iterate this card detail. So here we'll say car detail dot map, we'll say car comma index and the arrow function. Okay, here we can call car item. Inside here I'm going to add a div. Inside the div, first we want to show the icon, okay, and then the name of the specification and their value. Now here, in order to show the icon, we already have the icon, right? Sorry, the icon component. So that is nothing but the icon field, okay, from this add listing component. Add that component, and here we'll just pass the icon name. So here we'll pass icon as a car item, not car item, but in this case we need to get that icon from the car specification. So here we need to write car specification of car item dot, actually not car item, because we want to show one by one all the item, right? So here we will pass car specification, and in that we have to pass the index, the first element, which is a car specification 0th of icon. Okay, so what we did, we just getting this car specification and each of the icon we are printing out. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out whether it's showing or not. So it's saying car detail map is not a function, so maybe it's not fetching the car detail. Let's save it and let's test this out. So we have this error, not a function. Okay, make sure over here we'll check if the length is greater than 0, and then only we will show the car detail. And now if you see, we don't have that error, because from the server it will take some time to fetch the data, right? And that's the reason we have to make sure we will only show the information when it's ready. And then we need to show this icon field. I think we added here we have icon. Actually the car detail, I just get it that car detail is not a list, right? It's just a list of all the fields which we are showing. So what we need to do, I will just going to remove all of this, or let's comment this, and we'll simply iterate this car specification. Okay, so here we'll say car specification dot map item comma index and the arrow function like this. Now inside here we'll define a div, and inside the div I'm going to use the icon field. Let's define icon field first. Inside the icon field we have to provide the icon with the item dot icon, something like this. Now if I save this one, you will see all the icons. See, okay, perfect. After that we wanted to show the name of the field. So here I'm going to add a h2 tag, and here we'll say item dot name. Okay, now it's showing item dot name. Let's do one thing, let's put this icon inside this h2 tag, so it will be in one line. Obviously we have to add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, something like this, and obviously we will give some margin as well. So here I will add a class name margin top to 2. Let's give some more, let's add 5. Perfect. Okay, and now on the right hand side we wanted to show the value. Here instead of name we are going to show label, because we wanted to show it as a label, right? And as I say, on the right hand side we wanted to show the value. So simply I'm going to add another h2 tag, and here we'll say car detail of item dot name. Okay, so what we will do, from each of the item name it will check the car detail value and save it. Now if you see, it has a value. Obviously we need to bring in one line. So for this div, make it flex, make it item to be in the center, and most important, make it justify between, so it will be on the right hand side like this. Okay, perfect. And that's how our specification tab is ready. Here you can add a name, so here we'll say specifications. Here I will add a class name font medium text to Excel, and our specification section is also ready. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the details. Another this section we wanted to add over here the owner's information. Okay, we can add the owner's information as well, but for that one we want the username, the email and the user profile email, but right now we only are storing the user's email. So here we need to add two more columns to save the username along with the user profile image as well. So let's do that. So let me close all of this tab for now, and inside this config under the schema.js, here we need to add two more columns. So simply you can add over here, I will say user name as varchar user name. Okay, and it should be a not null obviously, so here we'll say not null, but you can add some default value for now. So I will add just Tube Guruji as a default value. Obviously I will remove it later on, or here we can say anonymous, and then we need to add user image URL, which is varchar. Again here the column name will be the user image URL, which is which can be a null. I will keep as it is, but I will provide the default value as this string. Okay, and make sure to give comma and then save it. So these two field are important. Let's make sure to update your database. So here we'll add npm run db push. So so this need to be like db push :push. Okay, now it will update our schema. Now let's go back, refresh the screen, this Drizzle Studio, and make sure that two fields get added. One is the username and one is the image URL. Okay, so currently it's a default one, but whenever you are inserting your record, let's go to this add listing component. Inside here, inside the index.jsx, where we are saving the information, right, the created by. Along with this one, I'm going to store the username. So here we'll say user name with the user dot full name, and the user image URL as user dot image URL. Obviously this full name and image URL we are getting from the hooks, right? So the Clerk hooks. So with the help of Clerk we'll get all this information. So that's the reason Clerk authentication is quite easy to integrate and use as well. Now let's save everything. Let's go back to your application, and obviously the section which you want to show is the user owner section. Now whenever you get the data, right, so right now we have one error again, the category is undefined. So wherever we are showing the categories, so make sure maybe inside the specification, go to this car specification where we are showing this category, right? So over here we have to make sure this particular command car detail, something like this. So make it optional field so you will not get error. See, okay. Also I forgot to add, but for this specification and the pricing as well, we need to add the skeleton effect. Okay, I will remove this comment, type code, and here we'll just simply say car specification, not car specification, but we are waiting for the car detail information, right? So here we'll say car detail is there, if we'll add a question mark, if it's there then show this information, otherwise show the skeleton effect. So here we'll add a class name, width full, we'll add a height of 500 pixel, then we'll make a rounded corner to Excel, the background slate 200 and animated pulse. Okay, also we'll make sure the margin top to 7. Let's save this one. I think margin top is already there, so we don't need to give. and whenever I refresh it, you will see that gradient effect. Okay, same thing you can implement for the pricing as well, so give a try. Now let's go back to this component folder in order to add the user information. Okay, but here if you see we already consoling card detail, just make sure that we are getting the users information. Okay, so over here if you see we got the user image, URL, username, perfect. So we are getting the information, so we'll create a component called owners detail.jsx. I will make this O with a capital as this is a component name. Let's add a default template, save it, and inside this listing details index.js will add over here. So here we'll say owner detail component. Now to this owner detail component we'll pass the car detail as it is. Now save this one, go back, go to this owner detail, destructure it, and make get the props car detail and save it. Now inside here let's add a class name, padding of 10, border rounded excel, and shadow medium. Okay, inside here first thing we want to show the user's image URL. So here we'll add image source, we'll get the car detail dot user image URL. Okay, here we'll add a class name, we'll add a width of 100, height of 100, and rounded corner to be full, so it will be in the circular form. If you see we have this big size user image URL, let's make it as a 50. I think 50 is still so big so let's make it 30. Oh, so we are giving width, or we need to give specific width like 40 pixel because we want to give custom. Now we need to change this to 70 okay, and save it. Now we have this user image URL. Below that I'm going to show the user name. So here we'll say s2 tag the car detail dot user name. Here we'll give a class name, margin top to 2, font bold, text excel. Okay, then the user email as well. If user want to send an email, so here we'll say car user or created by, I think, save it, and we have created by. Obviously we don't want to give font bold and text excel, instead we'll make this text little gray. Perfect. And below that we want to give the button, so here we'll add a button and we'll simply say message owner for details, or we just add message owners. Let's add a class name, make width to be full, margin top to 6, something like this. Okay, so for this card as well I think we forgot to give some margin, so let's add that margin too. And here we need to write the owner details, so we'll add a s2 tag, we'll say owners slash dealer details, and here we'll add a class name, font medium, text to excel, margin y to 3, or let's change this one. Perfect. Okay, so this is how the message owner section will look like. So simple and easy, right? Here I also added the footer as well. Obviously we have the footer component I just added over here. Okay, now if I change the size of the screen, right, if you see over here, as soon as I change the size, right, immediately on the smaller screen it automatically changed the layout of our application, and that's what we wanted. So until this point, if you have any question, any query, let me know in the comment section. Obviously you can access everything from the source code if you face implementing this particular project. Now it's time to add the financial calculator, which will calculate how much monthly payment that we need to pay it for the given car. Okay, so let's go back to our application and let me close all of this tab first. And inside this components folder, I'm going to create a new component called financial calculator.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now this particular component we are going to add on this left side column after this features list. Okay, so here we'll say financial calculator, and we'll add that component like this. Okay, now to this one we are going to send this car details as well and save it. Now let's go to this financial calculator, and over here let's add a card. So we'll add a class name. Here we'll say a padding of 10, border, then rounded XL, shadow and margin top to 7. Okay, and if I go back to our application, you will see over here. Now we'll give some title. So here we'll say H2, here we'll say financial calculator. We'll give a class name, let's say font medium, and text Excel or to Excel, something like this. Now we need to add two inputs, right? And we already have the input field component, so we'll use that one. So here we'll add a div. Inside div I will again add one more div. We'll say label. Here the first thing we need to add is the price of the car. So here we'll say price in dollar, and then we will use the input field which we use inside this add listing, that we will gonna use it over here, and it has a method called handle input change. Okay, that method we are gonna use it. So right now I will just add a method over here. Actually we don't need to add this handle input change. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's not to use their method and just use our input. Okay, because this is very straightforward that we want to add it. So I will just use this input, and if I go back to our application, you will see this input over here. Same thing, I'm gonna repeat this. So I will add one more div, and in this case I will add the another field which is the interest rate. So here we'll say interest rate. Okay, so this is again in the form of input. The type here I'm going to add as a number, and for the price as well I'm going to add a type as a number only. Okay, now we need to bring this in one line. So for this one we'll add a class name, make it flex, and I think let's gap of 5. Let's see how it looks. See, obviously we'll make this input width to be full. So I will add a class name, and let's make width to be full. Make sure it's working. I think we also need to give to this div as well, so that it will be a full width. If I remove this one, let's see how it looks. Yeah, and same thing I'm gonna add for this div as well. Okay, so we have this true value now. Let's give some margin top to 5. Same thing, I will copy this div again. Okay, and we have to add two more field, one for the loan term and the down payment. So here we'll just add loan term in months, and then down payment. Okay, so again this is a number, and if you see now we have these two fields ready, and below that we are going to add a button. So here simply we'll add a button. Here we'll say calculate, class name I'm going to add as a width to be full, and size will be large. Okay, something like this. Obviously we need to give some margin from the top. So here we'll say margin top to 5. Okay, perfect. Now over here I think spelling mistake. Let me change this to financial with the F capital and save it. Now each of these particular value we need to save in one state. So simply I will define 4 state in this case. So one for the car price, comma set car price is equal to use state. I will copy this 4 times, and another is interest rate. Interest rate, here we'll say set interest rate. Then we have the loan term, set loan term, and the down payment, set down payment. Okay, all of this value default I will put it as a 0. Okay, and then save it. Now to this financial calculator we already sending the car detail, so I will just make sure that car detail is showing on the screen, and right now everything is good to go. Okay, now on this financial calculator, when we click on calculate, we need to calculate. Okay, and for that one we have the very big formula, not big but quite little bit complicated. Let's implement that one. So first thing, we'll create a method called calculate monthly payment, like this, the arrow function, and inside this let's first calculate how much principal we want to pay, right? So here we'll say principal is equal to car price. So we have the car price minus down payment. Okay, so this is how much principal we need to pay. Then we need to calculate a monthly interest rate, which we already have, I think, which is in the form of months, so we don't need to do anything. But okay, here is thing, right? We need to calculate monthly interest rate like this. So here we'll say constant monthly interest rate is equal to whatever the interest rate we have, right, divided by 12, because we are 12,000, because we are converting convert to decimal. So here we say convert to decimal. Okay, next we need to calculate how many payments we have to pay. So this is nothing but the loan term, which is in the form of months, so we don't need to add that one. Next let's calculate the monthly payment, which is equal to, so here is the formula. Here we need to write principal into monthly interest rate. So I will just copy this one, monthly interest rate, into math.pow. Okay, so 2 of on the 2 of 3, something like this. So if we write like this, right, 2 of 3, so that's the reason we need to use this pow, POW. And then here the formula is 1 plus monthly interest rate, and the value which we want to add, which is number of payments. So that is nothing but the loan term. So here we'll say loan term. Okay, now divided by, again we have to write math dot pow. Here we'll say 1 plus monthly interest rate and comma number of payments, which is the loan term, minus 1. Okay, and now here we'll say console.log monthly payment. Hopefully the formula is correct, and we are just printing this out. Now this particular method we are going to call on this calculate button. So here we'll say on click, and simply we'll call this method. Okay, let's test this out. So let's say the price of the car is 40,000, then we are being 5% interest rate, the loan term is of 36 months, and down payment you are doing like 5,000. Okay, now nothing gonna work right now, because I just got to know that we are not setting the value, right, to each of the state, because for each of this input we need to add on change event, and to this on change event we have the event E, and then we need to set the price. Okay, so for each of the state, obviously we need to set each of the state. So in this case I will say E dot target dot value. Okay, so I will copy for each of these inputs, and here we'll say set interest rate, set loan term, and set down payment, and save it. Now test this out. Now everything is good. Clean this out and click calculate. So right now if you see we're getting NAN, so it means some of the value is not reflecting somehow. So let's test it here. Why? So here I will just console each of those values, say car price, then we have interest rate, then loan term, and then down payment. So guys, whenever you face or find any issue and you don't know how to find it, every time make sure you will console this value and you will get to know what is the actual value, right? If I calculate it, you will see right now I'm getting 000, even though I think, okay, so that's the reason I'm not getting any value, right? Because let's refresh it and let's test this out. So right now if I put 40,000, interest rate 5, loan term is 36 months, and down payment you are making 5,000, right? Clean this out and say calculate, and boom, if you see the monthly payment is coming as $1048.98 per month. Okay, so that's your monthly payment. Obviously this monthly payment you can convert it into a float, 2 fixed to 2, and now you calculate, you will get 1048.98. Okay, now this value you need to store in one state. So here we'll define constant monthly payment comma set monthly payment is equal to use state. Okay, and right now let's make it empty only or 0 only. But over here just above this button I'm going to add h2 tag, and here we can write your monthly payment is, and here this will be class font bold text to Excel, and then we'll simply write the monthly payment and save it. And if you see right now obviously it's showing 0. Let's give some margin and also margin top to 5, and here I'm gonna add into a span tag because I want to give some more height to this particular button, particular text. Here we'll add a class name and we'll say text is of 4XL. Perfect. Okay, now this value or this line of code we need to only show when we have the monthly payment. So here monthly payment is not equal to or less than equal to 0, and then only show this line of code. Okay, and right now if you see if I refresh it, I think is greater than 0, then only show. See, right now it's not showing. And now let's calculate for different car. So let's say you are paying 55,000, the interest rate is let's say 7%, the loan term you gave like 48, which is I think 4 months, yeah, and down payment you are making let's say 10,000, and let's calculate it. And if you see we got 1077, right? But over here I don't know. Okay, so we did not set the value, so set down monthly payments. So make sure once you have calculated you will set the value for this monthly payment state so that we have the value, and if I calculate now, boom, you will see the result. Okay, also make sure to add a dollar sign over here because you are calculating in dollar, and instead of making this font bold, let's keep as it is font medium, and I will make the font bold for this amount only. Okay, let's save it. Perfect. See, if you change something here, right, and let's say you want to buy a 30,000 car, you are making $100 down payment, your value get changed immediately. Okay, so that's how guys you can calculate the value. Okay, how much value you want to get it and everything. So if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. And now most interesting and easiest part, that we need to add this listing over here like this, right? But don't worry, you don't need to code now because you already have that component ready, right? And for that one we are going to use the existing component which is inside our home page, which we use inside the home page, and this is nothing but this most search car component. So what you need to do, if you scroll down just above this footer, you can add most search car component, save it, and boom, if you see, we have this most search car component ready, and your detail page is now completely ready to go. Right now, search let's search other car. So if I go over here and search for the Tesla model, and boom, you have the Tesla model images, all the features and the car's information. Let's say some other. So here I will search this BMW X3, and we have this BMW X3, all the information, the features. You have financial calculator and the bottom and footer as well. Okay, so guys, that's how you can design the detail page, which is quite easy because we already have the data. Now once user click on this message owner, we are going to navigate to the profile inbox page. That's where we are going to integrate the chat messaging feature into our application. And to integrate this feature, obviously we need to have this beautiful UI like this. Once user click on the message owner, where we're going to show the all the user which you are talking with and the option to chat with the user, right? But this will be a very big work and big time consuming thing in order to integrate into your application. So for that one, I'm going to introduce the Sendbird.com. Sendbird provide the one of the best chat messaging SDK where you can integrate very easily. If you go to this Sendbird.com, they provide a lot of different products like chat, call, business messaging, AI chatbots, and many other things. And most important thing, they also have the free tier, so you can just use the Sendbird as well for your development purpose for a small business. If you want to expand, obviously you can join with their paid tier as well. Now, if you don't have an account, just create a new account. I will keep the link in the description. Click on it and you also get the discount. So over here, if you see, just click login, and once you log into your account, here you will land on the dashboard where you have option to create a new application. So I already created this car marketplace application. Just click on it, and once you open the dashboard for your application, here you will see the application name. Anytime you can switch to other application. Another thing, obviously we need this application ID, so that is also very important thing. And here you can see all the users, how much people join it, the active users and all of these things. Under the user tab, you will see all the user which is active and started chatting or messaging into your application, right? And in the chat section, you will see much more settings as well. Now, let's start integrating that into our application. The integration of the Sendbird into the any web or mobile application is quite easy. So the documentation link I'll also keep in the description. So here obviously we are going to use this chart product. So click on it and you will redirect it to the documentation. Now you have option over here that you can use the UI kit. They have also SDK and the platform API as well. In this particular section, we are going to use UI kit. I'm going to show you how to integrate the UI kit as well. But in some of the case, we also need this platform API to create the user or to create the channel between the users as well. So in the UI kit, let's select the React because we are using the React to develop our application. And here you need to select the send your first message. So select that one, and this is the one of the easiest way that you can integrate it. So the first thing, if you scroll down little bit, is to install this UI kit for the React from the Sendbird. So copy this npm command, go to your project. I will close this tab and paste this command. So it will install the Sendbird for our React application. Then next step is the step 2 is to integrate or add this line of code which contains the Sendbird component. So I will just copy this 2 line of code as it is, and inside the inbox section, if I go to this profile, we have the index.js, and inside the inbox we want to show, right? So I will create a new component and we can call it as a inbox.jsx, add the default template, and inside the inbox I will paste this 2 line of code. Also you have to make sure this inbox component is added into the inbox section. So over here I will add inbox and save it. Next, if you scroll down, we have to add this line of code. So I will just copy and I will paste it inside the inbox section like this. Okay. Now here you need to provide your app ID. Okay. So in order to get the app ID, go to the dashboard on the home screen. Okay. You will see this application ID, copy that one, and then obviously this application ID, you need to store it inside your .env.local file. So here I will add with Sendbird app ID is equal to, and paste this ID and save it. Now this application ID you can use it over here. So here we'll say import dot meta dot environment and then the key name, and then here you need to provide the user ID. Okay. Now if you see this comment that you need to specify the user ID inside your dashboard. Okay. Or you can create your user by specifying unique user ID as well. So there are either way you can do that. Okay. Best way, now obviously we are just integrating it. Go to the user section and here you have option to create a new user. You give the application ID. So here I will say Tube Gurji. You can give the nickname and the profile URL, and this is the profile URL, and simply click create. So if you see, now our new user is created. Now this ID you need to provide over here. So here we'll say Tube Guruji, make sure it's a string and then save it. Next thing, if I go to the documentation, and that's all you need to do, right? Now let's go to our application and go to the inbox section where you will see this beautiful section for messaging. See how cool, right? Where on the left hand side you will see the user's information. Here you have option to create a group. Now we don't have any user currently. Okay, this is your own user, but you can also chat with yourself. So here we'll say hi, and boom, now you will find the text called hi. You have also option to attach the images and send the images as well. So you don't need to worry about that one. Sendbird is taking care of all your database, the file storage and everything. Here you will see all the section where you already chat with the other user, right? So that's how cool it is. Obviously you have option to leave the channel if you don't want to stay any more longer. And in the Sendbird, so once you start chatting with the other user, right, that group is called as a channel. Okay, so they call as a channel where you can connect with user one-to-one. Also they have option to connect with the multiple user in a same group or in same channel as well. Now Sendbird also provide their own components. So on the left hand side, if you go to this core component section, they also have the Sendbird provider. Okay, and inside the Sendbird provider, these are some of the property which you can define. Along with that one, they also have the different component for the different section. So if I go back to our application inside the inbox section, if you see on the left hand side, this is a channel listing component and this is a channel component, so that if you want to customize your UI according to your requirements, you can also do that. And that's what we are going to do in this particular section as well. So let's walk through and let me tell you how it works. So once user click on this message to owner button, right, over here if you see on this flow chart, first thing we need to do is to create the user ID into the Sendbird. Okay, and for that one we need to use their platform API. It's quite easy. Then we also have to make sure we will create the car's owner user ID to the Sendbird if it's not already there. Okay, if it's already there, then it will skip it, but if it's not there, we have to make sure the current user ID and the owner's user ID we have to create, and depends on these two ID we have to create a new channel. Okay, now this channel is between this current user and the owner's user. Okay, and this will be the one-to-one channel. So obviously no other user can join this. So only these two user can chat in that in their channel. And then once we have the channel ID and everything, then we will simply redirect it to the inbox screen, okay, or inbox tab, and then you will see the screen. Obviously, again, I'm going to divide this screen. Okay, let me this particular section and this particular section I'm going to implement differently, okay, and it's quite easy, so you don't need to worry about it. So first thing what you need to do, let's go to the documentation and go to the core components. Inside the core component we have this Sendbird provider, okay. So this Sendbird provider you can implement it. So let me go back to our application, and inside here I'm going to simply add Sendbird provider from this Sendbird UI kit React, and inside here I'm going to provide some of the field. So first thing we need to provide the app ID. Now to this app ID, let's copy this as it is over here. Also it also take the user ID, okay. So now this user ID we are going to create our own every time, okay, and the format of this user ID will be the email ID, but we will not take the @gmail.com or whatever, right? We'll just take the initial name as our user ID. So in this case, let's say we'll create a user from here is equal to user ID, okay. Oh sorry, not here. Obviously we need to use user hook first, and then in order to display the user, right, here we'll simply add user dot, or let me define a constant. So here we'll say use effect first. Inside the use effect I will define state. Here we'll say user ID comma set user ID is equal to use state, okay. Now inside the user effect, whenever the user information is available, I will say user and we'll simply define the, okay, let me do one thing here. We'll say constant, or inside the if condition, if the user is there, then here we'll say constant ID is equal to user dot primary email address dot email address, okay. And from this email address you can just use split operator, okay, and here we'll say @. Now once it's split between these two string, obviously we'll take the first string, okay. So that's how you can get it. And then once we have the ID, this ID you need to set it to the set user ID as a user ID, and simply pass this user ID over here, okay. Along with that one, you can also provide the nickname. So the nickname you can give the users dot full name as their nickname, and the profile image, okay. So profile URL, so in this case we'll give the user's profile URL, so user dot image URL, okay. Also if you want to give option to edit their profile, we can also give the option to edit the name or image of their profile as well. And that's all. Now obviously we don't need this Sendbird app anymore, and whatever we define we will define in different components, and let's save it, okay. So right now if I go back, you will see nothing on the screen. Don't worry about that one. Now as I told you initially that we need to follow these steps. Now on the click of this one, we have to make sure we'll create this user ID. Now in order to create the user, right, let's go to this platform API section, and inside this platform API section, here you have option called user, right. Click on it, and then click on this create user option. Here you will see how to create the users and everything, okay. So this is the endpoint you have to call it in order to create a new user. So let's copy this as it is, and let's go back to your application, and let me close all of this tab first. So first thing, inside this shared folder we have the service.jsx, right. Right now we have only one method called format result. Here I am going to create a new method called constant create Sendbird user, like this. Now obviously in order to make an this API call, right, we need an HTTP client. Either you can use a fetch or you can use the Axios, okay. So Axios is again very popular HTTP client library and very easy to use. So this is a command in order to use this Axios client in order to make an API call. So then make sure to install this Axios first, and then in order to make a call, here we'll say return Axios dot. Now this is a post operation, and then you need to paste this API key. So copy this API key as it is, paste it here, and here we'll say obviously we need to pass some data. Okay, so first thing, it will take the user ID and all of this information. We'll pass it one by one, but before that we need to provide here the application ID. Right now, simply I'm going to define Sendbird application ID is equal to process, not process, the import dot environment dot meta dot and the name of the ID. So let's go to this dot env dot local, copy this one and paste it here. Okay, I think let's try to use it here. I'm not sure why it's not getting this import. Oh, so my bad, this need to be import meta. So let me try to add it here again, and then the ID. So let's copy this Sendbird ID and paste it here, right? And now we have this Sendbird application ID. Now this application ID will just simply add over here like this. Okay, and then we have this call. Now if I go to the documentation, and here you need to provide this some of the required field like user ID, the nickname, the profile URL and the file. Okay, now let's add one by one. So first you have to provide the user ID, and this user ID you can get it from here. So here we'll say user ID, then you need to pass the nickname. Okay, then you can just find nickname and the profile URL. Okay, so these are the three fields we need to get it when you want to create this new user. So just I will replace it over here, user ID, then nickname will be the nickname, then profile URL. So here profile underscore URL. Okay, make sure this field name is correct. See, you can use this one as it is, and the value will be the profile URL. And I think that's all. Here also we have one option called issue access token. Okay, we don't want to get access token, so here you can mark it as a false, and I think that's all we need it for now. Okay, and here most important thing and another important thing is to pass the header. So you'll add the header. Inside the header you need to provide the content type, which is the application / JSON, and we also need to provide the API token. Okay, so this API token will used by the Sendbird, so that API token you need to provide. So here we need to get the API key for that one. So let's go to the Sendbird dashboard. Okay, and over here if I go to this profile section, you will see this API key. Okay, so click on this API key and you can use this API key for your application, or I think there is another way that you can get this API key as well. So let's go to the setting, and if you see we have this API request, and here is the API token. Okay, so you show it and just copy this one so that you can use it. So over here I will just add this with Sendbird API token is equal to and paste this one. Okay, so that we can use it. Here I will add that Sendbird API token is equal to import dot meta dot env and the environment variable name. Okay, so that we can directly use this API token over here, and that's all. Okay, now this create Sendbird user, we need to call it when we click the let me go back, when we click this message owner button. Okay, so let's go to the details section. Okay, so here we have listing details. Inside there we have this component, and inside here we have owner's detail, right? and here we'll create a new method. So constant on message owner button click. Okay, so first thing here we need to create current user ID, then we need to create owners user ID, and then we need to create channel. Okay, so these three things we need to do it. So I will add a try catch block for that one, and inside this try block, so here we'll say await service. Okay, so obviously we need to import this. Okay, I think I forgot to export this create Sendbird user. Make sure to export this one so that you can use it. So here we'll say service dot create Sendbird user. Now in this Sendbird user, if you see, these are the field we need to pass it. Okay, so first is user ID. So the user ID will be the current user which we have, right? So that we can get it because we already have that created. Let's do one thing, let's import the current user is equal to use user, and here we'll say constant user ID is equal to user dot primary email address dot email address dot split, and then at the rate and the first element. Okay, and this user ID we need to pass. So user ID, then we need to pass a nickname, so that we'll get it from the users dot full name, then the profile URL, so that we'll get it from the user dot image URL, like this. Okay, and now this is a promise, so we have to make then response like this, and we'll just console the response. Okay, now here we will use await. Let's make this as a async, and this particular logic we'll test it out. So this particular method we need to call on the click of this message owner. So here we'll say on click and simply call this method. Okay, let's save it and let's check this out. So if I go over here, go to the inspect panel, go to the console and click message owner. Okay, so right now if you see we got 400 error. Let's say why. So in the network tab, if I go here, it's saying the must be required the nickname, so we need to add the nickname over here. Okay, so let's check the nickname must be required. I don't know whether we gave it or not. So over here, so we have the nickname, but let's see the field name. I think we mistake the field name, so this need to be n small. So make sure the n is small, and let's try it now. We might get another error, but let's check it out. So if I say message owner, and if you see, it's successfully created, okay, with the nickname, the phone number, and all of this information, the user ID and all, right? See, and now if I go to the dashboard and go to under users, you will see the new user created. This user we created manually, but this user is created by the API key, right? Perfect. So now we successfully implemented this particular part. So I will just make this green so that we can understand. Okay, and now we need to create this owner's user ID, right? Now we already have the owner's information inside this owner detail page, and that's what we are getting from this card detail. Okay, so again under this owner user ID, I will add a try and catch block. We'll say E, and inside this try block we'll say constant, and inside here we'll say owner user ID. Now this ID we need to get it, so here we'll just simply say card detail dot, and let's see what is the field name we have called created by. Okay, so we'll say created by, and then we'll split this one at the rate and the 0th. Okay, so what it will do, it will also get the create the user ID for us, And for now what I will do, I will just console this owner's user ID, okay, and make sure that we are getting this correct owner user ID. So if I open this, I think I'm not sure which one. Okay, let's open this one. So this one email ID is different, right? And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything, and if I click message owner, here you will see the owner ID. Okay, just ignore this one. I will tell you why we are getting this error. But right now we got this owner's email ID. Now we need to create the user, the owner's ID inside our Sendbird dashboard. So I will just copy everything as it is, okay, but obviously here I will replace with the user ID with the owner user ID. Then we need a full name. That full name you can get it from the our database called username. So here we'll say car detail dot username, and the last we need to provide the URL, right? That one also will get with the image URL. I think it's user's image URL. So user image URL. Perfect, right? And then we have then and the console and response. Perfect. So all the information we provided, let's save it and let's test this out as well. Let's go to our application, click on message owner, and next time if you see we have 24. Now if I go to the network tab and the first user we have failed because it just simply saying this user ID violates unique constraint, because we already have the user ID, okay. So even though you try to create the same user ID again and again, it will not allow you, right? And that's the reason we added this try catch block. So even though we got error, it will not stop your application and it will continue. And the next user ID which we created, which is gameplay app 007, which is created inside the dashboard. Now if I refresh this dashboard, you will see that user ID is also get created. Now you might have a question why we are creating this user ID. Now in order to talk between these two users, right, or in order to create a channel, we need to provide the users information, and that's the reason we created this two ID. Okay, perfect. Now just for the sake, I'm going to cut it this user ID and I will keep at the top section this user ID and this owner's user ID as well, because we want to use this one. Next, once we have this, now it's time to create a channel. So let's go back to our application, go to the documentation, and under the channel section you will see have option to create a channel. So here you have option to create an open channel, or you have option to create a group channel. So in this case we will create a group channel, because in the group channel you can create a group channel for one-to-one, and that's what we want. Obviously you have option to create a one-to many as well, but we will create one-to-one channel. Okay, now in order to create, obviously this is the API call we need to make it. So copy this one, go to your service folder, and here we will create a new method called constant create Sendbird channel, the arrow function, and then inside here we'll simply return axios dot post method and paste this endpoint. Okay, inside here we need to add some of the data field, but I will replace this with the application ID, which is the Sendbird application ID. Okay, then to this, in order to create a channel, these are the request body which you need to provide. Okay, so most important thing, you need to provide the array of object which in between which you want to create the users, right? So here we'll say user IDs colon, and obviously we'll get the users list, users, I will say just users, and I will simply paste it here. Then is obviously in order to make the one-to-one conversation, here you have an option called is distinct. Okay, in order to create only channel between both the person, only one-to-one section, right? So one-to-one chat we can say here. That's the reason you need to provide the is distinct true. Then you have to provide the name of the channel. So here we'll say title option, and that title I'm going to add it here. Okay, now this title will get it from the name of the post simply. Okay, and I don't think so this need to be a unique, it can be a multiple times. But only thing, if the user is same and the title is same, then it might be a problem. Okay. And you can also provide the operator who is admin of this channel, so that also you can provide. So in order to provide the channels operator, you can provide at that one. I will keep empty. And most important, you need to provide the header. So I will just copy this header again and paste it here, and make sure to export this method as well and save it. Okay. Now let's call that particular method inside the on button click. So similar way that we call it for the creating the Sendbird, right? We have to create the channel now. So I will add a try catch block again. Here we'll say await service dot create Sendbird channel, and inside this one we need to provide the two users in the form of array. So in this case, the user ID and the owner's user ID, right? In between these two user we need to provide, and this you need to provide the ID only, and you know that this ID you already added to the Sendbird dashboard. Okay, that is also important. Then you need to provide the title of the channel. So that title I will get it from the car detail dot the listing name. Let me check listing title, and then because this is a promise, and the response. Okay, let's say console.log and the response. Okay, perfect. And here I think we forgot catch block. Perfect. Now I will just add a console and we'll say channel created. Now as soon as the channel is created, you can just redirect it to the profile page. So here I will add constant navigation is equal to use navigation, or is just a use navigate, and over here we'll say navigation and just add the path, something like this. Okay, or maybe inside the two you can add it. Let's try this one, and once you save it, let's test this out. So I will go to this section and then click the message. Let's observe console, click message owner, and if you see, it's saying channel created. Cool, right? Inside the network tab you will see the group channels, and it is get created as well. Now you can also see this channel creation where it is actually created. So go to this group section, and in the group section you will see this channel called BMW X3, right? And it is created between these two users. How cool. Okay, now let's go back again to our application and go to the inbox. Right now if you see, you don't have anything on the screen. Right now on the left hand side we are going to show the channel list, and obviously Sendbird is providing component for that one. So let's implement it. Inside under the profile we need to go profile and inbox. Now inside this inbox we need to show the list of channel. Right now we don't have anything, right? So on the left hand side we'll show a channel list. Okay, and on the right hand side we want to show the channel or area or message area. Okay, so these two components we need to add it. So in order to add this or understand it, let's go to the documentation, and here click on this UI kit and click React, because we are using React component, right? And under this one you will see this module options. Go to this module option, and first thing we need to show is the channel list. See this one, click on it, and each of the component in the UI kit, Sendbird is divided into a smaller component, so that you can use that smaller UI component to build your own UI as well. Now in this case, if you see, in order to show this channel list, this is the component. So in order to use it, copy this import statement and simply add over here. Then next thing, you need to copy this component as well and use it over here. So right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a div. Okay, inside this div we'll add another div, and we'll say channel group channel list. Okay, and in another div, let's add another div. Inside here I'm going to add message area. Okay, now for this div, let's add a class name, make it grid column 3. Okay, now out of this 3 column, I'm going to assign 2 column to this message area. So class name, we'll say, not here, over here, class name column span 2. Okay, now this is only applicable when the screen size is medium. Okay, and on the smaller screen I'm just going to add a grid column 1 and nothing else. Okay, let's save this one, and we might have one error. Okay, so this need to be fixed. Perfect. Now we have this group channel list need to be displayed. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, so right now nothing is displayed on the screen, right? Because we also need to add the channels option. So over here, in order to display the channel where you can actually write your message, right? This is nothing but this group channel component. So if you see, this is how the UI will look like. In order to add it, you need to import this statement first for the group channel, and in order to use it, you need to provide this group channel. Let's add group channel component first, like this. See, and I will paste it here. But to this group channel URL, let me format this first. We need to provide a channel URL. This is very important. Okay, so from this group channel list, you have option called on channel select, if I'm not wrong. So let's add on channel select, and this will return the channel URL. Okay, channel information, and you can save the channel URL as well. So let's define one state. So here we'll say channel URL comma set channel URL is equal to use state. So whenever user select any of the channel, right, we'll simply set that URL over here, channel dot URL, and once we have that URL, you just need to pass over here. Okay, and then save it. So if I go back to our application, so we have some error, not error, but some alignment issue. So for this one, let's give a width of 100%. Over here I will give a width of, let's say, 500 pixel for now, and for this div I will add height to be full. And let's see now, I think that's pretty good. Okay, currently if you see, you are not able to see any of the result, right? The reason is by default Sendbird will not display the channel which contain a 0 message or empty message. So to fix this issue, let's go to this group channel list and just search for the option called channel list query params. Okay, so what it will do, it will you can add the filter for the channel. So I will just add this query over here inside the group channel list. Okay, in this query you need to provide the filter option. So I don't know whether inside here we'll need to provide filter option. Okay, so here we'll say include empty and make it true. Okay, so what we are telling to this channel list, even though the message is empty, you have to include that channel. Okay, and boom, if you see, now we have the channel showing on the screen. So currently we have only one channel created for the BMW X3, and now you can start chatting with this one. See, over here you will see the latest message, you will see over this message as well on the screen. You have option to add the emoji for each of the message. Not only that, as I say, Sendbird also have option to upload the images as well, and that's how cool it is, right? Most important thing, you don't need to worry about the anything like to store the data or to add the configuration, anything like that. Here simply you can add it. Now let's style it little bit. So for this group channel list, I will add a class name, will add a padding of 5, I will make a border and some shadow large. Okay, as I told you, see, you can even add the design or add your own UI component as well. For this one as well, I will add the padding of 5. I think we don't need a padding. Let's add a shadow only because it already have the border. See, and your component is ready. Let's give some gap. Perfect. Okay, so that's how guys you can add your own channel list. Now even though you try to create any new one, right? Now if you see this user has the same user ID, right? If I try to create this one, it might not create because you are dealing with the same user ID and you're already working with the channel, right? So it will avoid to create a new channel with the same user. So you can also obviously chat over here only. But let's try some other user. So if I go to this Jeep Wrangler which has a different user, see, okay, and click message to owner, go to the inbox, and boom, if you see, the new user get added here immediately, right, with this title as well. And now you can start writing your message. How cool, right? And as soon as you type it, obviously it will also filter with the top at the top, sorry, the whatever the latest is there, it will be on the top. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the Sendbird messaging feature to your application, which is quite easy, as I told you, right? Just need to make sure that you have to create your own user ID and channel in order to add this one. But if you just want to use the UI kit as well, Sendbird is the perfect option for you. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I will keep the link of the Sendbird documentation, the Sendbird site in the description. Just click on it and you can just access all the information which you wanted. Thank you. Now it's time to deploy your application on the cloud so that you can share your project with your friends and family members. In order to deploy your application, we are going to use a Vercel to deploy it. But first thing, we are going to push all our source code to the GitHub, and from that we will connect GitHub to the Vercel. So first thing, let's go to the GitHub. Oops. And if you don't have an account, create a new. Here click on create new repo and give the repository name. So here we'll say car marketplace web app. Okay, then you can mark it as a public, private, this repo, and simply create repository. Now first thing you need to do is to set up this remote origin. So you have to point your application to that GitHub URL. So let's initialize the GitHub first, and once it initialize, just let me clear this. Let's add the remote origin. Then you have to add all the file and you have to stage that file, and then you have to commit this. Okay, so here we'll say initial commit, and as you are pushing the very first time, right, you have to use this command origin main, and then it will push your all of the code to the GitHub. Now if I go to this GitHub, here you will see if I refresh this screen, you will see all the source code, right, including all the files and folders. Perfect. Now next thing, go to the vercel.com. if you don't have an account, create a new, and then you will land on this dashboard. Here click on add new project. From the project you have to connect your repo. If you are using GitLab, connect GitLab. If you are using GitHub, connect to the GitHub. Then you will see your project name appearing over here. So in my case is a car marketplace web app, and simply click import. Now here you can give whatever the name you want. I will give Tube Guruji, car marketplace Tube Guruji. If you see here, it automatically detect the which framework you are using, right? And another important thing, you need to add the environment variable. So let's go back to this our .env.local file and simply copy all the environment variables and simply paste it here. Okay, so if you see, all the environment variable is now added, and simply click deploy. Now it will first build your application and then it will start deploying it. So I will pause the video. It will might take a minute to deploy the application, and boom, if you see, our application is now deployed and is live on the URL. Now if I go to this continue to dashboard, here you will see all the details with the dedicated domain for you. Okay, obviously you can connect your own domain as well from the settings. Now if I click on this domain, you will see your application is now live on this particular URL. I will also keep the link of the demo application in the description, so you can check this out, and all of this information now ready if you want to see the detail of the any of this car information, just click on it and here we go. Now another important part, right now the login is working, but if you see it is in development mode. If you want to change it to the production mode, you can also do that. Let's go to this clerk.com on your dashboard section, and under this dashboard section make sure your app is selected. Here just go to this user and authentication and social connection. Here right now if you see it is a shared credential, right? And at the top you will see you can create a production instance. Once you create the production instance, you have to make sure your application on your actual domain and not on a Vercel, and then you can just add the Google share credential like client ID and all from the Google Cloud. Okay, if you want to know more about how to create the production instance, let me know in the comment section. I can create a dedicated video for you.